And Maggot here at PJ Media is explaining.
What's tip 4?
Well, don't trust women. I think you just touched on that with your Dancing with the Stars.
You can still love me.
I do. I love you all the time. But our First Amendment rights are huge. They are very important to me. They should be important to everyone. Don't be a public official if you don't want to be filmed, ma'am.
Megan Fox.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Megan Fox. I write with pjmedia.com. I am an investigative journalist. I have been investigating and journalisming for the last 20 or so years. And you didn't know I was going to be back today, did you? Make sure that you like and share the stream right now. If you welcome to my new watchers on Facebook, I hope there's some new people from Facebook today because I did advertise in a couple of different places that I thought might be interested in this particular stream, because today we're talking about the Idaho 4, the horrific murders in Idaho, at the University of Idaho, where 4 co-eds were brutally slaughtered in the middle of the night while they were sleeping in a murder that is very reminiscent of the Night Stalker, which is so weird because I just did a stream on that on Tuesday. I mean, what are the chances? And I didn't know about this case until my audience clued me in. And thanks, guys, because now, I'm obsessed. So if you are on Rumble, make sure you hit that plus button if you're watching on Rumble. If you're watching on YouTube, please make sure that you hit that like and subscribe. That like button is very important. Hey, and if you dislike it, you can hit the dislike button too, but just make sure that you hit that button because they care about that algorithm. Now, I don't know what's going on with Rumble, guys. Hey, you guys in the mods, if you can share out the Rumble link, because Rumble is like dead over there right now, and usually that chat's the one that's hopping. So get on over there and do it. All right, I am so glad that I got a shower last night because we had a windstorm last night, and this morning it knocked out the power. And because I'm in the country in New York, our water runs on a power pump. So if there's no power, guess what? No shower. So thank God I took one last night, as you can see, because the curls are back. All right, you guys, there's so much misinformation out there about the Idaho 4. I want to go over the details of what I have, what I know. I have been digging into this deep. I have been watching a lot of content, listening to police, reading reports, and I'm going to share with you everything that I have. However, I don't want to get started before Rumble takes off. What the heck, Rumble? What's going on? Those numbers need to get climbing. So while I'm waiting for Rumble to fill up and for YouTube and Facebook and whatever, let's recap what we know about this case. Oh, and also, the books that you guys won, the signed copies of Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, because I'm not only a journalist, but I am an author, and I have written a book about evidence and why it's important, and we're going to talk about that today. And in fact, let me grab it, because I am going to do another giveaway today. All right. So this is the book. It's called Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, from Salome to #MeToo. And we are going to talk about this today. Now, I do not normally I don't normally follow these. I follow the stories, but I don't normally get into the reporting on active scenes like this one. I generally stay away from it for a while because of the misinformation that comes out right in the beginning when something like this happens, like a mass shooting, for instance. The media will be all over this, everyone trying to outdo themselves with new information, and there will be wrong information that is put out. And I don't like that. As a journalist, I really like to try and be accurate, and I like to choose my words carefully, and I want us to nab the bad guy. So Mad Pierre, you want to know if I'm going to cover Jared Lesick hearing? I don't even know who Jared is, so you're going to have to tell me. Is that today? If it's something I need to cover today, let me know. Maybe we'll get to it. Evidence is very important. So I am going to be giving away, instead of believing just women or just men or whatever, believe the evidence, because that's something I concentrate on here. And that's something we all need to do. And that it is going to be very pertinent to this case that we believe the evidence and we find there have been way too many rumors, Tracy. Thank you. Yes, way too many rumors. And we're going to debunk a bunch of those today. And I'm sure that I'm going to have things for you. Wait a minute. Yeah, there we go. I'm sure I'm going to have new information for you that you have not seen yet, because I'm really good at digging stuff up, and I have dug stuff up on this case that is going to be good. All right, looks like Rumble is starting to catch up. All right, guys, how's the best chat over on Rumble? I've got two screens going, so I can actually pay attention. All right, the giveaway today. Last week, we gave away 2 of these signed copies to super chatters who sent super chats and Rumble rants. It was the funniest one, and I gave away 2 books, and they went out in the mail today. Sorry, I'm lazy. It was Thanksgiving. I didn't get to the post office, but Mr. Fox took them this morning. So Ellie and the other guy that won, those books are on their way to you. Today, I'm giving away a signed copy, maybe 2. Maybe I'll do 2. I'll keep giving these away until I'm out. I'm going to give away a signed copy of this book to a random super chatter or Rumble rant participant. All you have to do to get yourself in the running is to send a super chat or a super sticker or a Rumble rant, and for any amount of money. It doesn't matter. $1, $2, $100, don't care. Every time you send one, I'm going to write your name down on a little piece of paper and throw it in a jar. And at the end of the show, I'm going to pick 2, and we're going to send a book, send a signed copy to you. And that book goes over the historical precedent for why we should believe evidence and not just women, because women have historically, anybody who's a true crime fan knows that women are very capable of committing murder, of lying, of doing terrible things to make sure that others suffer. And in this case, in the Idaho 4, we don't know. Could be a woman. I don't think so. I don't think the killer's a woman, but I'll tell you why I think it's a possibility. All right. Now, I have so many notes on this, and so I'm going to head over to my Google Docs where I keep my notes for the show. You guys, you're so in so much trouble because you're the ones who did this. You guys, on yesterday or Tuesday, yesterday's crime stream, you guys were like, you've got to know about the Idaho 4, and I had never heard of it. Okay, so I have written an article on PJ Media. I write there pretty much every day. And, oh, Ellie's here. Ellie, your book's on the way. So look for that and let me know when you get it. I have been writing on PJ Media. I wrote a free article for you guys. It's free, clickety click. If you can't send a super chat or a Rumble rant today, you can go over to pjmedia.com and you can click on my newest article. It is called 4 Reasons Police Haven't Arrested or Named a Suspect in the Idaho 4 Murders. Let me share that with you so you can see it. I'm going to put the link in the description, not the description, I'll put the link in the comments for you so you can see. Clickety click, folks, clickety click. It's coming to Rumble right now. All right. Now, I have to decide whether I want to go through this article now or do I want to go through it. I think I'm going to go through it after I go through the initial case. So we'll come back to that, okay? Because it is very important. I probably have I have a different take on it than most people you will see in the media. Because here's why. And let me explain to you how I see my role as a journalist in these cases. And I'm also a true crime fan, by the way. But the reason I'm a fan is because I'm a fan of justice. And I want this son of a bitch captured. And I've been calling this murderer the Moscow Maggot because we have got to stop, as media, giving sexy, alluring names to these guys like the Night Stalker. We should have called him the Creepy Crawler or the Creepy Coward, because that guy, Richard Ramirez, total coward. And we should not be calling these serial murderers anything other than what they are. So and that's in my article too. We'll be going over that in a bit. Stephen in Florida, you're the first one in the raffle for the book. Sent a $5 Rumble rant. Thank you so much. Stephen says, Megan, your latest article on the Idaho case is spot on as usual. God bless. We are going to get to it. I had fun writing it. And Stephen in Florida on Rumble, you're going in the jar right now. I better write down where it is too. Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to get over to my notes, and we're going to start going through the details of this case. The murder happened on November 13th at the University of Idaho. There were 4 students sleeping who were out. They were out on a night out at the bar, and then at a food truck, and maybe a party, and then went home around 1:30, 1:45, somewhere around that time, maybe 2 a.m., fell asleep and were murdered in their beds. 4 of them, 2 in one room and possibly 2 in another room. The police will not tell us where exactly they were in the house. They say that these are important details they need to keep to themselves. And one of the points in my article is stop right now complaining that the police are not giving us all the information we want to know. That is not their job. Their job is to catch a killer, and they cannot do that if they spill all the information that they have on this case. So we're just going to have to accept what it is that the Moscow police are giving to us. I watched their press conference, the last one they had, and these seem like very competent police officers to me who have a handle on things. And let me just say, I have a lot of concern about this case, that it might not be solved. But that is not going to be the fault of the police, you guys. It is not. If it happens, it is not going to be the fault of I don't think. I mean, if it comes out later that it is, I'll be one of the first ones to say, hey, that was a screw up and we should talk about it. But at this point, we don't have any reason to believe that the police are causing any problem here. All right. Carrie Bonvie, thanks for the super chat. You're going in the raffle. She says, yes, this is bizarre. The police have no leads. Now, there is a lead, I believe. There is an alleged lead that is new, but it is not corroborated. And we're going to go over that. It sounds promising. And perhaps I'll do what I do on the stream sometimes, and we will I can try and call the Moscow Police Department and see if they can corroborate this particular incident, because it should be public record. There is a suspect that has been mentioned in the press, but I wouldn't let's just go straight to that, actually, because that's going to be the new information. Most of you, I think, know the details of this case, but we will go back over it because I'm doing a deep dive on this. We're going to go back from beginning to end. But I do want to show you the particular of this potential suspect, because this is bizarre. All right, my notes are a total mess, so hold on. I'm finding it. I think it's by here it is. Okay. Let's go over to, now this is not what I would consider a great source. Okay. So again, as a journalist, I am going to help you how you should look at cases like this, because everything coming out right now is going to be rushed. It's going to be hurried, because the press only wants one thing right now. And I'll tell you what that is. They want to be the first to get something new. Hold on, I'm having a Wi-Fi issue and my camera's freezing. So let me close some of these windows. I have too many windows open. As soon as I opened that, my camera froze. Meanwhile, Tracy, thanks for the super chat. Tracy says, I had super chatted you the other day about this case and how some thought it was a serial killer. I'm going to get to that too, because I have fears about that myself, and wanted your thoughts. I was surprised you didn't hear about it and glad you're covering. Knew you would be obsessed. It was your fault, Tracy. It was totally your fault. But I love you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being such a great fan. I really, it was you. Now I remember that. Okay, Tracy on YouTube, you're going in the raffle for the signed copy of the book. Thank you for the super chat. All right, so I just need to close out a few more windows here because I've got too many open, and then we're going to get over to this new rumor that I'm going to try and corroborate with the police. And I can just do that with you guys on the chat. You guys know I do that a lot. I'll make phone calls while we are streaming. All right, here it is. So let me share this with you. By the way, if you are just watching us on Facebook today, and you have not been a fan of this program or show, make sure you hit that like button, because I am very close to being able to monetize my channel on Facebook. I only need a couple hundred more followers on my Facebook, what do you call it, page. All right, stop sharing. I need to share a new thing. There we go. All right. All right, this is not what I would consider a terrific source. I've seen this source before, but I do like what they said here at the top. Okay. This is something called meaww.com. I have seen this before, but I can't tell you how much veracity it is, but I like what they said here. So the title is Idaho murder, September 12th knife threat incident, suspect charged. Internet says interesting revelation. Now, it says this article is based on sources, and MIA cannot verify this information independently. So I'm glad that they said that. Okay, it's great that they put that out there. For one, I really hate when media runs with things and they don't tell you, hey, by the way, we couldn't independently verify this. That to me is very important information that needs to be shared with the reader. So you know, we are looking at something that came from, basically it's a rumor, and we don't know if it's true, but this is something that I should be able to verify, okay? So let's look down here. It says, The Interview Room, which is a YouTube channel, which I am familiar with because I was watching some of their content this morning, actually, and they don't seem to be content creators who are looking for sensationalism. Like, they seem to be making pretty decent points and just talking about possibilities and not pointing any fingers or anything. So I appreciated that about their coverage. I was watching the live stream this morning by Josh. Who was it? It was what is his name? Hold on, I got to go back to my notes. I was watching Josh, who's a friend of Legal Vice's. What is the name of his channel? I got it from, I can't remember the name of his channel. It's meme something. But anyway, and he was referencing this information from this channel, and we were watching one of their videos, and I thought it seemed pretty good, unlike some of the other content that I have seen that we will get to in a minute. The Post read, so the Interview Room reportedly said that an individual had been charged for a September 12th knife threat incident on the university's campus, while a Reddit user shared the said news on the platform. So it came from Reddit. So that right there is sketchy, and you should say to yourself, meme copium, thank you. That's the name of Josh's stream, meme copium. I wrote it down, and my autocorrect changed it to something else. So it was meme something that didn't make sense. The Post read, on September 16th, a local TV news station, but see how they don't say which one? So that's problematic, reported that police had identified the suspect in the September 12th incident and that he was being cooperative. At that point, no charges were filed. A representative from the city attorney's office would not say whether the person had been arrested or was in custody, but she did confirm that the prosecution was going forward for the September 12th incident. Now, this is not related to this particular case on November 13th, but those dates are very close together, which is interesting. The Interview Room is digging deep on the investigation. As the Post went on to ask, officials reportedly said that they are not releasing the name of the individual or the police report from that incident at this time. So why are they quietly prosecuting the person? Well, we still don't know if that's actually happening. But if it did happen, this is very interesting and probably the best lead they have so far. Because all these other things that you guys are out there speculating about right now, about you think it's the neighbor, you think it's the boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend, I'm telling you, you're all wrong. And we're going to go over it in detail and why we should not be pointing fingers at this point in the game. If this report is true, this is a good one. The Post further added, Recapping the September 12th incident, a group of female students were walking on campus around 8:05 p.m. at night between parking lot number 14 and the Student Rec Center when they encountered a male on a mountain bike. And it said, wait a minute, why did that get cut off? That's weird. There's like an ad right in the middle of it. All right, we'll just open up the Reddit thread. All right, I'll read it to you. What is it showing now? It's still not showing. Let me share the Reddit thread because that's easier. All right. Dun, 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 dun. What? Where's the rest of it? All right, this is annoying. Anyway, the guy was on a mountain bike and apparently brandished a knife. This is what the report said. Brandished a knife. If that's true, and then like the girls reported it, and he was on a mountain bike with a blue backpack, it's possible that this is connected if it's true. So the problem I have with it though, and this is how you evaluate information. I know I say sometimes, a lot of times, that our mainstream press is really shit, because it is. Okay, let's not lie about that. However, if you see something floating around on these websites like Mia or whatever this is that you don't really know very well, and knife, hold on, I'm trying to Google something. If you see something that is only being reported on like random websites and no one in the mainstream press is talking about it, like no one, that doesn't mean they're not aware of it. It just means that they haven't been able to confirm it. Like they're probably looking into it right now, like I would be doing. Like we need to call, although I don't know if I'm gonna call the Moscow Police Department today because they're probably I could call the public information officer. That person won't be bothered if I call them, because that's their whole job, is to talk to the press. So I may do that to see if we can find a September 12th incident. In fact, why don't we just do that? Let's just do it right now. If there was an incident on September 12th in Moscow with a guy with a knife threatening students, that would be very, very important. So let's go Moscow Police, Moscow, Idaho Police Department. I'm going to give them a call. We're going to talk to their public information officer and see if I can confirm an incident on September 12th involving a guy with a knife. Okay, this is what you should do before you run with anything like this. So it's okay to talk about it and everything, but what we need to do, because our sourcing is not great, is just call and find out, okay? Because these people this is what they're there for.
Police and Fire Dispatch.
Can you transfer me to the public information officer, please?
Are you at the media?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. Let me pull up that number for you.
Thank you.
Can I give you the number, or do you want me to transfer you?
Oh, no, that would be absolutely fine. You can give it to me.
All right, so it'll be 208.
All right, I don't know why their website has the dispatch number on it. Normally, they have like the office number. So she gave me the right number. So let me call 71. Okay. PIO. Public Information Officer is the person that I normally would contact for any public record.
This is Aaron Snell with the Idaho State Police. Sorry I can't take your call right now. Please leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, wait. I was going to leave a message, but the PIO just texted me and said, I can't talk. Can you text? Wonderful. That's like great. That's terrific. So let me text him. Hi, I'm a reporter with Salem Media. God, I can't see my phone. Guys, getting old sucks. Salem Media, and I'm trying to confirm a report that claims there was an incident on campus on September 12th, where a student or students were threatened by a man with a knife. Is that accurate? And is there a public record that I could have? Thank you. Well, that was lovely of him to send me a text right away. So we'll see what he says. All right. So before going forward with any rumor like this, and why are we having problems streaming to Facebook now? StreamYard is having problems streaming on Facebook. Why? Because I placed this stream in a couple of groups. That pisses me off. It's possible the stream was ended or deleted. Why would that happen? Let me check this, you guys, because I've been saying nice things about Facebook being Facebook is blocked. What? Is Facebook down? Maybe Facebook is down. Gosh, I hope I'm not losing my Wi-Fi because there is a bad windstorm here. And if I lose my power again, that will be bad. And I would hate that. But let me check. Hold on. Let's check Facebook down. Because that's weird. Today's the only day that I advertised my stream. I dropped it in a couple groups and all of a sudden the Facebook stream is down. People are having no. What's the latest? Facebook down. Locked account. I'm not seeing anything. So is it me? Is it you? Hey guys, if you're on Facebook right now, can you tell me if it's working? Because it looks like it's working. Hold on. Let me see if it's playing. I don't know. I don't know if they killed it or what. It looks like it may have gone down. That's weird. So, hey, well, anyway, if you were watching on Facebook, and I guess you're not seeing me there now. Hold on, I'm gonna... Shit. This post was created. I guess I could re-add. It said it's going to keep trying, but I don't know. I don't know if so Sue, you're saying Facebook is working, like the site is working, but I don't see anybody here in the comments that are watching on Facebook. So that's upsetting. All right, hold on. Let me see if the PIO wrote me back. All right, not yet. Not yet. All right. All right. So before going forward with any, yeah, Remus says they fact checked me. Tony, where is the September 15th article that you found? Do you have that article? So September, because when I Google September 12th, Moscow knife incident, I don't get anything. Google.com is blocked, refusing to connect. All right, I must be having a computer problem because now I can't even Google. What the heck is happening? This has never happened. And I'm still live though? Let me try on my other computer. This is so weird. Oh, good. Okay, well, I'll stop talking about Facebook if it's working. But I must be having problems. September 12th. Why am I okay, so it's just my one computer that I'm streaming on. My other computer appears to bring it up. Okay, so the only thing that comes up when you Google September 12th, Moscow knife, it's just all Idaho 4 stuff. It's not about the September 12th incident if it existed, if it happened. So far we've tracked this back to simply a Reddit post, and I mean, you guys, that's not good information. But I hope it is. I hope that this is true, that this is a real lead, because I'll tell you why I'm starting to get concerned. I'm starting to get concerned because it is oh shit. All right, sorry guys. I'm starting to get concerned because there haven't been any arrests. Not that there aren't good reasons for it, but because there haven't been an arrest yet, every day that goes by, it gets harder and harder to get it. Yeah, the Facebook stream is down, you guys. Facebook is working for you right now, like the actual video, my stream, because I don't think my stream is working. No, my stream is offline. So I'm thinking what I will do is remove it. What did maybe someone reported it in one of those groups? That would be really shitty. Okay. I'm going to delete it and I'm going to restart it. Wow. So let me try and restart. All right. It's adding back. Here's the thing. I'm part of a Facebook group now that is following this case. And I believe that it was started by another content creator, which is fine with me. I'm not in competition with other content creators. I do what I do, and I don't worry about what other people do. And I think it's possible that she reported it and got it booted, which would really be shitty because she has like 400,000 followers, and that's like not okay. All right, it looks like it's back up. All right, Facebook is back up. I am going to try and reshare. Boy, is this a pain in the ass. I'm sorry, you guys. I want to get to the actual show because we have a lot to do. I have a lot to get through. The Idaho 4 case is really incredible. It's a very upsetting case. It's very complex. And one of the things that bothers me about this is this petty bullshit, between content creators who think that they are in competition to get the first thing out there. And that's all that's important to them. And I got to tell you, that is not what's important in this case. We have four families, you guys, who are now not going to have their children ever again at another holiday table. It is terrible for them, what is happening right now. And to have content creators out there just, battling each other out to get the first thing out there and not caring whether that information is true and accurate or not is a real problem. And so let me post this on Facebook again. My Facebook stream got deleted. Please try again. I mean, I wish I don't have any message from Facebook telling me why it was booted, but it sure was. And I don't know. So one of the, and you guys know, I hate YouTube drama. I hate it. And I don't do it very often. Oh no, it's still happening. Still deleted. Deleted again. All right, so whatever it is, Facebook does not want me talking about this, you guys. That's really weird. This is the first time I've had a problem with Facebook and censorship on Facebook for like ever. It doesn't happen on Facebook hardly ever. So this is really quite something. And okay, so it wasn't this content creator because she shared it. This is so weird. Facebook keeps deleting my stream. You can see it on YouTube. I'll just put the YouTube link in on Facebook. Wow, you guys. Heck. I'm shocked by this because Facebook has never done this to me. They're usually much better about the censorship, and it's terrible that they're doing this. And did they? Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I'm going to shut up about Facebook now. And in fact, what I'm going to do is go to my Facebook page. I'm going to put the YouTube stream there so that you guys can see it if you're on Facebook so that people don't lose it. But man, that sucks. That sucks. Big time. All right. So I need a producer who can do this for me while I'm actually giving you information. I promise I'm not going to talk about Facebook anymore. Facebook deleted my live. Don't know why. Here's YouTube. Wow. Sucks. Okay. Moving on. All right, Victor, you're getting entered in the raffle for the book giveaway today. Thank you for the super chat. Victor says, thanks for providing a place where we can get accurate information. You rock. Victor, you rock also. And yes, I'm about accurate information. And I think that we need to think about the victims' families right now. And one of the things that really, really bothered me was that I saw an interview with I think Kaylee's father, and he started to say that he was losing faith in the police. Guys, it's been 16 days. We do not want to cause grieving parents to lose faith in the police who are there to help them and who I guarantee you have not slept since this horrific thing happened in that town. No way. No way. There's no way that these guys are dropping the ball. They are doing the best they can. And Tony says, I'm troubled why so much silence is coming from campus. Silence from party Ethan was just at hours before. Silence about why so many registered SAs are living just on fringes off campus. Lots of silence. Okay, well, there are explanations for this. So why don't we go over my article right now, because it's going to address all of these things, and then we will go back and we will get into the details. Okay. So I'm going to head over to pjmedia.com. We're going to go to my article. We're going to read about all the reasons I share the same concerns that you do. But let me try and put some of it in perspective for you. Okay. Let me try. I'm going to try. Let's read this together. And please do me a favor. Even if you don't plan on reading through it, please just go and clickety-click on it for me, because that helps me. If you can't send a Rumble rant, can't send a super chat, that's okay, because I do get paid when you click on my articles. And you know what? I'm never going to get rich at this game, because I'm just not cold-hearted enough to run with wild theories just for the clicks. And so if you enjoy accuracy, even if it's not the sexiest thing you've ever seen, maybe my content is for you. Let's go over it. 4 reasons police have not arrested or named a suspect in the Idaho 4 murders. On November 13, sometime between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., 4 University of Idaho students were brutally murdered by stabbing as they slept after a late night out on the town. The true crime community is on fire over this tragic event, and rumors and theories are swirling. As of today, Moscow police have not named or arrested a suspect, which has led to much speculation and fear in the normally sleepy college town. As internet sleuths comb for clues and have begun to criticize the police, it's a good time to remind everyone that good policing takes time, and real crime cannot be wrapped up in a neat 45-minute Netflix episode. There are very good reasons for this that the media and those aspiring to be investigators should take into consideration. Now is not the time to panic. For the sake of the families who just lost 4 beloved children on the cusp of their adult lives, this is a developing story that should be handled with extreme care. Already, just 17 days into the investigation, the parents are starting to question the forthrightness of the police, and their emotions are raw going into their first holiday season without their children. It would be helpful for them if the true crime diehards didn't fan the flames of upset for clicks and views. I've spent the day, yesterday, going over the facts of this case, and to me, it's looking like good police work in a very difficult situation. Here are some very good reasons why the Moscow police have not named anyone or made any arrests yet. Small town police departments get the short end of the stick. Moscow, Idaho is a sleepy town with almost no violent crime. Don't forget to hit that like button if you are enjoying this stream, you guys. Hit that like, hit that plussy, and share it out if you can, especially since I'm being censored on Facebook today. Your chances of being murdered in Moscow are 1 in over 2,000. That is a very low murder rate. That means that the police department is not equipped to handle a quadruple homicide that would be out of the norm even in a place with a high murder rate like Chicago, let alone a college town with very few reasons to worry at night. This does not mean that the police in Moscow aren't well-trained or good investigators. What it does mean is that everything is going to take longer as resources arrive. Already, Governor Brad Little of Idaho has released $1 million of emergency funds to the investigation. Those funds will help the police get up to speed on the technology and resources they need to expedite the massive amounts of evidence collected. Number 2, the complexity is off the charts. Normal homicide crime scene evidence may include DNA collection, hair, fibers, dirt, fingerprints, blood, semen, and saliva, just to name a few biological possibilities. Now multiply that times 4 in this case, plus the DNA collection of everyone who's been in that house. And according to witnesses, it was a party spot. You guys, the DNA all over that house is going to be massive. The evidence collection and processing alone in this case could bury the best homicide department in the country. But in Moscow, how far is the closest lab that can take that much evidence and process it quickly? The FBI is assisting with more than 20 personnel assigned to the Moscow murders. This case is not slipping through the cracks, but the processing time is going to be considerable for the complexity of the murders and the sheer weight of the evidence collection. Police informed the press that they have collected 103 pieces of evidence, taken 4,000 photographs, collected 1,000 tips, and conducted 150 interviews. I promise you that there is very little sleeping going on in that police department. The DNA component of the evidence collection alone will take weeks to sort through. It is alleged that one murderer with one knife killed all 4 individuals. Some of them had defensive wounds. We are not told who, and DNA contamination is going to be a huge problem. With each stabbing, the bodies were contaminated with other victims and possibly the killer's DNA. Sorting all that out is going to take a long time, as it is a complicated forensic process that the best crime labs in the country cannot just speed up because the internet wants it. In law enforcement, we believe we owe this to the surviving families to get this right, said Sheriff's representative at a press conference. He continued to say that they will not sacrifice the quality of the investigation for the ability to speed things up. That's absolutely the right thing to do in a case like this. Mistakes mean killers get away. The most recent police press conference was very well run by officers who seem very competent and careful. Small town police are just as qualified as big city police to do their jobs, and the public should give them the time to do it properly without jumping on them for no reason. And believe me, if they give us a reason, I will join the chorus asking the hard questions and holding them accountable. Our desire to know who did this horrific crime does not outweigh the police officials' duty to solve this case by the book. Leaks to the press are often a disaster for prosecutions, and no one wants that. This is the press conference. We're going to get to that in a little bit. We're going to watch parts of it, but I want to skip that right now and continue this. Listerine on Rumble sent a Rumble rant. Thank you so much. You're going in the raffle for the sign book. Listerine says, I found the article about the September 12th incident, and it's from bigcountrynewsconnection.com. Now, again, I don't know that source. It if you're not finding this from a main source, a mainstream source, that means not that they haven't heard about it, but they haven't been able to corroborate it. Already, by the way, that link was taken down on Big Country. So it's starting to look, I just checked and that link's not working for me. So try, did you copy and paste it correctly or did they take it down? See if you can find out. All right, here's reason number, am I on 2 or 3? I don't remember. I'm on 3. Thanksgiving break interrupted the investigation. I got to put Listrin. I got to put you from Rumble. You're going in the raffle. Doing that now so I don't forget. Okay. Thank you. And again, if you're wondering what the raffle is for, if you're just joining me, I'm giving away a signed copy of my book, Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process from Salome to #MeToo, which is so relevant for today's conversation. This book, I'm giving away to anyone who is, I'm starting a raffle. Anybody who sends Rumble Rants or YouTube Super Chats or Super Stickers gets entered in the raffle. As many times as you send them, that's how many times you get entered. Let's see. Joseph says, I didn't read his earlier super chat. I may have missed it. Joseph, let me go back. Joseph. I got Carrie's. I got Tracy's. I don't think, oh, there it is, Joseph. Yes. Thank you, Joseph, for pointing that out. Here it is. Joseph DiMartino, you're going into, putting you in, says, my rule, wait 72 hours after a natural disaster or any mass casualty event before checking media. Learn that from Boston bombing and Hurricane Katrina. Yeah, I mean, how many times do we have to learn that the media jumps all over these stories because they want to be first to everything and they sacrifice accuracy because of it? That's a problem. And that's something that in waiting 72 hours, especially in the wake of a mass shooting or something, and this case, this murder is like something we haven't seen in many years. This is going to be a big one, you guys. It's going to be a very big one. Yeah, Mountain says my Facebook stream stopped as soon as I phoned the police. That's weird. I mean, there's nothing wrong with calling a public number live on the air. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not illegal. Thanks for so okay, hey mods, let me know if I miss any more super chats because I am flipping between screens. Okay. Warrior B, pick me, you sexy bitch. Warrior B, YouTube, you're going in the raffle. Thank you. All right. Okay, Tony Smith says Big Country News is located 40 miles away from Moscow campus, local news site. September 15th article is still active. All right, it's not active for me. So if somebody could, I don't know why the link that was posted on the Rumble chat did not work for me. So my DMs on Twitter are open. Will someone go and just drop it in my DMs on Twitter at Megan Fox Writer, at Megan Fox Writer. A blurred out screen? What is happening to my stream today? Are you serious? There's a blurred out screen on YouTube? Come on. Really? No, I'm seeing, to me, it looks okay. I mean, wait. It is a little blurry. Why is it blurry? I think that maybe that's just my Wi-Fi today. By the way, keep in mind there's a windstorm here. And so it's possible that it's my Wi-Fi, okay? That is possible. Facebook is still down. Unbelievable. I just don't understand. I don't understand why they're blocking me on Facebook, but whatever. I can't complain about it right now. All right. If you are on Rumble, please hit that Rumble plus button. You guys, this is a terrible, we've got a terrible ratio here. We've got almost 100 of you and only 31 Rumbles. Come on, you can do better than that. Stroke the plussy, stroke it nicely. That's the way it likes it. And if you're on YouTube, make sure you hit that like button. Or if you don't like it, hit the dislike, but do something. Smack that little like thumbs up or the dislike thumbs down if you don't like it. All right, let's continue on. Let's continue on. All right, Thanksgiving break interrupted the investigation. Just days after the murders, the entire campus of U of I became a ghost town. Everyone went home for the holiday, and in this case, many students left early because of the murders. This means that the usual shoe leather police work that needs to be done, like knocking on doors, canvassing neighborhoods, and following up with partygoers who may have seen the victims, will take longer. Investigators may have to travel to many states to follow up. These kids are there from all over the country. They're not all from Idaho. They're from California. They're from New York. So now the budget has just inflated on this investigation to incredible heights because they're going to have to travel to go and find the people they want to talk to. And how do they even know who they are? If they can't walk the neighborhoods and like knock on doors of those apartment buildings where the students live, like they're knocking on doors where nobody's home. That's a bad sign. That's bad. That's bad for an investigation. Very bad. The fear in the community has also led to some students considering staying home instead of returning to campus. This is going to complicate and slow down the investigation. Not only that, but having a long break is very bad for memories. Any seasoned investigator will tell you that getting those eyewitness accounts as soon as possible is key. Let us hope that the holiday break didn't tank the chances of getting the truth in this case. The Moscow police have a seriously uphill battle, and the odds are against them. We should be trying to help them. Nancy Grace, who is sometimes too bombastic and over the top for me, because seriously, she is, happens to agree with me on this one. She says police deserve some breathing room. At this point, I think that's good advice. There's a lot swirling that the cops didn't know what they were doing. I don't agree with that, she said. I believe the killer was in one of the victim's circles, she continued. Grace then defended the slow process that is frustrating the public. It takes days to even process a scene like this. Their duty is not to spoon feed us, the media. Their duty is to solve this case. So everybody back off. Let's see if we can get to... There's a good part in this that I... Hold on.
Another needle in a haystack for cops to sift through. It's off a campus. Does that have anything to do with it?
Hold on.
I mentioned there was a huge football game that day.
Oh yeah, this is another thing.
16,000 people. They only live about a mile away, 2 blocks off a campus. Does that have anything to do with it? Probably not, but it's another needle in a haystack for cops to sift through. All the people flooding into that stadium. I believe the killer was within one of the victims' circle. I also believe the killer came in from the second floor. If you come in from one angle, you don't even see the bottom level.
You're right.
Through that sliding glass door.
You're absolutely right. And when we look at the exterior, you can see exactly what you're talking about. But Nancy, one of the details they came out with after the first week at a press conference was they said, yes, it was one of the roommates' phones that made the 911 call, but it wasn't the roommate who made the call. Why wouldn't they just reveal who that person is? Because I think that's one of the reasons that people feel like the cops are keeping things from us that would be an easy detail to give us.
The roommates' names have now been revealed. I believe that the roommate freaked out when they realized what had happened, called friends over first, and one of those friends used the phone to call. They've had a lot of access to those roommates. The roommates have been now exonerated. They're out. They're not even suspects at this point. But we do know this. We know that there was one perp, not two. We know that 3 other stabbings are not connected to this stabbing. We know that random animal skinning not connected to this. It's somebody.
I don't agree with that, but we'll get to that in a minute.
Within one of these, I think one of the girls' orbit, one of their circle, not necessarily a boyfriend or
maybe, but it also could be a stranger, and that makes it very scary. I don't agree with Nancy on everything here. I actually disagree with her on a couple of these things. And one of them is who she thinks the killer is. I think there's no way for us to know right now. Obviously, anybody who knows true crime knows that we know nothing at this point. We can talk about what we think and what we speculate, but we certainly don't know who the killer is, and we don't know if this killer was in the circle or not. I hope the killer was in the circle. And I think that's maybe what she should have said, or maybe what she meant to say was that she hopes that the killer is in the circle, because it'll be much easier to catch if this killer is in the circle of friends or acquaintances or nearby. If it is a stranger, this case just got very hard to solve. And I worry that it will become a cold case in that case if it's a stranger. All right, so one of you sent me, thank you, Jen, for sending me the Big Country. All right, we got it now. So let me back out of here for a second. Let's go over to Big Country and let's see how I would vet this source, okay? Because I've never seen this source before. So let's go and look. I've been told it's local news. Okay, so they are local news. And although it just says, it just says local. Let's see what kind of stuff do they usually write about? Who owns them? That's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to go down here to the bottom and I'm going to look for, hold on, let me pull this up on the screen so you can see it. I'm going to go down to the bottom of this website. Now, this is how I would normally vet something, right? I'm going to go and I'm looking for an about page, okay? I'm looking for something that tells me, like editors, like I'm not seeing anything that talks about who they are, but it's a decent looking oh, there it is, About Us. Let's go over there. Part of Nelly Broadcasting. Okay, Nelly Broadcasting is a legit media company. Serves the Lewis Clark Valley, Camas Prairie, Palouse, and Clearwater regions with, okay, gotcha. All right, vetted. So this is a source that I would consider credible. Thank you for finding it, and let's go over it. Individual who allegedly displayed a knife on U of I campus on Monday identified, cooperating with investigation. When was this written? September 15th. Okay, so this is before the murders. So I like that this is being reported before the murders. After the murders, things will become sensationalized. We're going to get just the facts in this. So on Monday, September 12th, a vandal alert was issued on the University of Idaho campus after an individual allegedly displayed a knife to a group of individuals near the Student Recreation Center and the steam plant on the U of I campus. As of Thursday afternoon, police say the suspect in the incident has been identified and is cooperating with the investigation. Police state that there is no risk to the public at this time. The investigation remains active and will be forwarded to the Lada County Prosecutor's Office for possible charges. The Moscow Police Department wants to thank everyone who has been involved in this investigation. So there's not a lot of details. I don't know where the Reddit thread got the details about what the suspect was wearing or, who reported, but there were more details on Reddit. But at least now we have confirmation that this is an incident that appears to have happened. I think we're safe to say it did happen. It was reported in Big Country News. They are a legitimate media source covering local news. Thank you for sending that, you guys. Okay, so to me, that one that's a big deal. Someone on campus brandishing a knife in front of some female co-eds, yeah, that's a problem. However, then again, it could have been somebody who was just showing somebody a knife, like some socially awkward person who is just showing someone a knife and doesn't know that that's a bad thing to do. If they are prosecuting this, though, and people are asking, well, why would they bring the prosecution? Why would they bring charges after the fact? Maybe because this might be their only lead. And if it is, they've got something on him that they can then get warrants to search everything, get through his phone, find his whereabouts, all of that. It may have nothing to do with the initial thing that he was arrested for and everything to do with just getting access to his stuff. That's what I would be doing. Law Nerd Clips, hey, love you. So glad to see you. You have now been entered into the drawing today because I'm giving away a signed copy of, or maybe two, of my book, Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process from Salome to #MeToo to everybody who sends super chats today. Well, not everybody. I'm doing a raffle. So I'm entering your name right now. And by the way that's going to work is when I pick your name at the end of the stream today, you're going to send me an email, whoever wins, with your address and the name that you want me to make it out to. And I will send you a signed copy in the mail. All right. Law Nerd Clip says, thanks for sharing facts, and LEO have to get this right. That is correct. That is their only job right now, not to make the journalists and the media happy. Mike Lombardo, thanks for the super chat, says, hey, Medium Smart. LOL, I'm 15 minutes behind. So you may have already addressed this, but I believe the knife incident happened November 12th, not September 12th. Well, according to the Big Country News that we just read, it was September. But I do find that date interesting. Mike, you're going in the raffle. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. And there's a Rumble rant. Rumble's trying to keep up with YouTube and the super chats. I like it. My Lifestyle says, Megan, when will you ever get your blonde highlights, or will you ever get them? I will, but I'm saving money right now. I'll get them. They're coming, but not till the next time I need to go get my hair done. All right, Rumble. All right, you guys are pulling through. You guys like the book giveaways, I think. You guys respond to book giveaways. That's good. That's good. And when I run out of them, I don't know what I'm going to do. All right, let's see. Warrior B, I really need that book. By the way, you look amazing. Thank you, Warrior. You know what? I'm in a size 6, man. Size 6 jeans. I cannot be happier with that. I was looking at, and I brought my honeymoon photo album up here today to show you guys some stuff that relates to this case. I know that sounds weird. But I was looking at those pictures and I'm like, seriously, I think I'm thinner now. It's incredible, but I think at least the same size. And that has been my goal for so long, to just get back to how I looked on my honeymoon 22 years ago. And I think I might even be smaller. I don't think maybe I was in a size 6, but I'm pretty happy with that. Well, you got your second entry into the raffle today, so you're probably well placed to win. Ellie sent a super chat. Ellie says, "Have you ever called and a fan of yours answered?" Oh, you mean if I ever called like a police station? Not the police, Ellie. But I have called like congressmen and senators and stuff. And yes, that has happened. That has happened. Yeah. That's a good question. You're going in the raffle again. But Ellie, you already have this book. What am I going to do if you win? I'm going to have to send you. You want another one? I guess I could try and look for a copy of Shut Up. Mike Lombardo says, never mind. I may have misheard Re the Knife. Yeah, it was definitely September. Okay. YouTube. All right. Let's move on. Let's go back. What am I doing to lose weight? It's really not fair, Carrie. You're not going to like my answer. I have ADD. And I was diagnosed late in life when my daughter was diagnosed. And they had me on this medication that I really did not like. It was giving me bad side effects. So I asked them to switch it. And they put me on new medication that has completely changed my life. And I now eat like a normal person. And John says Taco Bell and laxatives. That's hilarious. No, it happens to be the only FDA drug approved for binge eating along with ADD. And I didn't know that about it. And I also didn't know that I had a binge eating problem until I realized how much my food habits have changed. And now I only eat until I'm full. And that's not a lot of food. So I hate to tell you, it was my ADD diagnosis and final actual putting me on good medicine. No, OG Space to Breed is not speed, not at the small doses that I take it. And for those of us who have this problem with our brains, it slows us down. The drug is called Vyvanse, and it's actually quite amazing. It's prescription dexatrim. Well, look, whatever it is, it worked, and it changed my entire eating habits. And so basically, I'm eating a lot less, and not at night. I don't eat at night anymore at all. I used to eat at night, used to snack at night. Even Mr. Fox is like, you don't eat at night at all anymore. It's kind of amazing. All right, let's go back to the article. PJ Media, let's get back on topic before we lose the new audience. It's like, we don't care about your weight loss and your problems. Yeah, I don't care about it either, to tell you the truth. All right, let's go back. Here's the most important part about this. Don't tip off the killer. The press is very impatient to have a profile of a killer, and they want it yesterday. They want to know who they should be looking for and what terrifying and sexy name to give him or her for the inevitable Netflix documentary, The Moscow Mangler, or some stupid nonsense. I just talked about this bad habit the media has on my most recent live stream before today about Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, whose catchy name given to him by the media made him deliriously happy and sold a lot of newspapers. Instead of naming killers with these fun and terrifying titles, the media should spend time coming up with embarrassing monikers like the douchebag killer, or the teeny-peeny jerk-face bungler, or the Moscow Maggot. I like that last one, and I'm sticking with that. Hashtag Moscow Maggot should be trending on Twitter with the Idaho 4, by the way. I think we need to make this a thing. Because truly, it is partially the media's fault. The Moscow mini weenie. It is partially the media's fault that these guys do this, that they want to be this famous because they want those cool monikers. They want to be the next Night Stalker, and they want to be the next BTK killer, and they want to be the next killer clown. You know, the names that are based in, you know, fear, making people afraid. The words are powerful. You know, the life and death, what is it? The power of life and death resides in the tongue. That's what the Bible says. And I believe it. I believe it. And I think we ought to be very careful with our words. And as someone who is a writer for a living, I am very careful with my words. And I know that words are powerful. Words are incredibly powerful. And we need to be careful with the way that we use them. And I think that we can sell just as many papers with funny monikers that would make the killers angry, but make the rest of us laugh. You know, like the teeny weeny peeny jerk face or whatever killer, the Moscow Maggot. And I think that the Moscow Maggot is a terrific name for this killer. Iron Dog says better than Adderall. I hated Adderall. I hated it. It made me sweaty, and it helped my brain, but I didn't like the shakiness, and yeah, yuck. I didn't like it at all. I have no side effects with the new stuff at all. Yeah, if it bleeds, it leads or reads. Yeah, if it bleeds, it leads. So that was the first rule we learned in journalism school. I did go to journalism school for a little while. And the Moscow Wanker. Yes, I love it. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. I love these hilarious monikers for violent maggots because, look, we seriously need to stop giving them what they want, which is fame and infamy. And I think that if we had called the Night Stalker the creeping coward, I think he wouldn't have as many groupies. You know, there's all these women who are like obsessed with Richard Ramirez because of his pretty face, or Ted Bundy, you know, because he's attractive. And yet the media kind of creates that around them. And the truth is, Richard Ramirez was a coward, because the one time that he shot a man in the head and it didn't kill that man, and that man got up and ran at Richard Ramirez, he turned around and fled. This man was a coward. He would sit in a tree or outside in someone's yard and sit there for hours and watch them and wait for them to go to bed until he would go in, and then he would commit his crimes, because he did not want to encounter someone who was awake, because he was a coward. He was not a terrifying monster. Okay, he terrified people, but he was, if confronted, this is a guy who would run. And I think that they want to be known as these like terrifying masculine figures. That for sure is a weenie. They want to be known as these terrifying masculine figures, and we have to take that away from them. And as the media, as a member of the media, I have that power to create a moniker that will stick. And this one is going to be the Moscow Maggot. And I want you guys to help me. I want you to help me hashtag that so that we don't start, that the NBC doesn't come up with some, you know, the Moscow micropeenie. Gosh. Yeah, so I think that we need to start doing that. I think the people need to take over this, and start doing, what the media has failed to do over the years, which is to stop sensationalizing and stop romanticizing violent murderers. We can help. We can help that. We can help that by refusing to call murderers by these, you know, terrifying and sexy names that they come up with. You know, Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper. I mean, that sounds, who doesn't want to be a guy like called Jack the Ripper? It's every bit as cool as the mobster names, you know, I don't know, Johnny Bag of Donuts or something. I don't know. I don't know any mobsters. All right. Let's go back to the article. The police have evidence right now that only they and the Moscow Maggot know, and they've done an excellent job keeping it that way. This has, of course, made some media foam at the mouth with desperation to get the latest new information that will make them a lot of money. This is gross. I hate this about my profession. There are 4 young adults whose parents will never be able to hug them again. There are 4 grieving families whose lives will never be the same. Stop it. Now is not the time to play the ratings game. I get it. This is a hot story. I'm covering it too. Here I am. I'm doing it right now. But let us not lose our humanity and perhaps tip off a killer and destroy law enforcement's chances of nabbing the bad guy just for a fat paycheck. This is probably why I'll never get rich doing this. I simply can't be that cold-blooded. I was rewatching The Night Stalker, The Hunt for a Serial Killer on Netflix, which is an excellent story of great police work. And I learned that Dianne Feinstein almost ruined the LAPD's chances of catching Ramirez. She opened her big yap when she wasn't supposed to and held a press conference and spilled the entirety of the case against Ramirez, including information the police were withholding on purpose. Let's talk about some of that information that the police were withholding in that case, because this is going to be important, because the police are withholding a lot of information right now. Let's go over what the police are withholding in Moscow. They are not telling us where the victims were in the house. For some reason, they think that's important. They want to keep that to themselves. And that's okay. And they have every right. They have not given us any information about the 911 call. Very little. They don't want to release it. They have not given him information about why they believe someone was targeted in the house. And now there's some conflicting information because the prosecutor says targeted was the wrong word. He meant they should have said the house was targeted, that they know that the house was targeted, not particularly individuals inside of it. I find that hard to believe, but all of this could be misinformation. What the police are releasing right now could be designed to catch the killer based on misinformation and disinformation. And they have every right to do that. They have every right to do that. The police are trying to catch a brutal murderer right now, a maggot of a human being. And they need every advantage they can get because they are at a disadvantage. And yes, they are going to lie to us in order to do that. And we have to be smart enough to understand this is how investigations work. And they did it and we can watch. I'm a huge true crime fan. I have watched so many documentaries. I have been involved in the creation of true crime. I have been involved in the research of true crime. And so believe me when I tell you that this is very, very usual for police to withhold information or even give false information to the press so that we do the job they want us to do, which is to spread disinformation that will keep the killer, feeling safe. Maybe they could be wanting to keep whoever this is in town and feeling safe and secure that they got away with it. And so we have to be careful that we don't screw that up for them. For instance, in the Richard Ramirez Night Stalker case, or the creepy coward, as I like to call him, they had a footprint. Richard Ramirez was wearing this Avia shoe, and he kept leaving the same footprint. And it was a very unusual print, and they were able to identify it based on that print. Now, if it had gotten out into the press, and the TV reporters did find out about it, and the police went to them personally and said, please do not release this information, because if he finds out we know about this print, he'll stop wearing the shoes, and we won't be able to connect him to his crimes, and we won't be able to convict him on the crimes. So there was a real reason why they didn't want that information out there. And there are real reasons that the police in Moscow do not want some of this information out there. Or that they're giving us false information. We won't know until this investigation is complete. We just won't. And that's for the good of the people involved and for the victims right now. And I will not start criticizing the police until they give me a reason to do so. And being close to the vest with their information during a heinous crime like this is not one of those things. That is not a reason why I'm going to be like, oh, why aren't they sharing information with us? No. Now, there is an interesting question that came up in the Night Stalker documentary. Gil Carrera, who was the arresting police, or not arresting police officer, he was one of the detectives on the case. He made this statement where he said he turned to his partner one day and he said, am I bad because I want another murder to happen because they hadn't been able to catch him? And he's like, he's having this problem thinking, I really want him to strike again, but of course I don't want people to die. But in order to catch him, he has to kill again because he hasn't screwed up yet, and we haven't caught him yet. And that is a really difficult thing for police officers and investigators to feel. But I understand it. It's like, well, if he doesn't kill again, and if he disappears, right? If he disappears, they may never get him. And so I understand why that thought comes into his head, like, well, I certainly don't want people to die, but if that's what leads us to capture the guy, I want it to happen. You know, it's a terrible thing. I can't even imagine what it would be like to be a homicide investigator. Like, I can't. And the Night Stalker documentary, by the way, is amazing as far as police work goes. Some of the best I've ever seen, like really, really good. And those guys were under so much stress. Tracy, ideally, yeah, you would catch them before they act, but they hadn't been able to. So, you know, they're just sitting around waiting for, well, what's next? He has to act. He has to do something before we can catch him. And that's what scares me about this case. If this case is what I think it might be, because it's only one of two types of killers. Someone who knew them and was very enraged about something, because a knife attack is a lot of rage. Or two, a stranger who has committed probably his first in a series of horrific crimes. That's what terrifies me, is the second option. I hope it's the first. The second one is very scary and much harder to solve. And in that case, if it is the second option, which is a stranger who has snapped and has now begun his crime spree, we could be talking about many, many more crimes to come. And the thing about this particular crime is that it really reminds me of Richard Ramirez. And we don't know yet what kind of other things were at the scene. Moab wants to know what journalism school I attended, University of Maryland. So I didn't graduate from there, though. I only took a couple of classes, and I did well, but I didn't stay. Tracy, hold on a second. I have to cough. Moscow Moose Knuckle just wanted another entry. You got it, Tracy. Tracy 3. Okay. All right. And over on Rumble, by the way, Sage Sasanek says the police want the perp to think they are dumb so that he is not as careful. That's when the perp will mess up and be easier to catch. That's true. They also want him to feel very comfortable. They want him to think that they don't know what's going on, and let him get full of himself. So Williams says it seems like an advanced killing, not early stage work of a killer. Okay, well, here's why I think it might be early stage. Let's get out of my article for a second, or should we just finish it? Should we just finish it? Let's finish it, and then I'm gonna remind me to go over and talk about the dog skinning, because I do not think that's a coincidence at all. All right. Dun, 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 dun. All right. So I was talking about Dianne Feinstein and how she spilled all the beans. This is unconscionable. Even the TV reporters who had the information didn't go forward with it because they knew how important it was to the police. But then the mayor of San Francisco, currently a senator who will not retire, and she needs to because she's like 89, just spilled the whole thing without a care in the world. Meanwhile, almost every night, Californians were being murdered and raped by a madman in a psychotic frenzy. The brains on this woman wouldn't fill a thimble, as my dad would say. Let's not be like Senator Thimblebrain. Whatever the Moscow police and the FBI are withholding is for a good reason, and hopefully they are very close to nabbing someone with it. It took 4 months, remember, it took 4 months for Scott Peterson to be arrested for the murder of Lacey and their unborn son, Connor. And by the way, for some reason, true crime community is all over this idea that Scott Peterson is innocent, and I think you guys are crazy. You obviously must not have followed that case, because he is not innocent. He is guilty as hell. Just saying. It takes time to build an airtight case. It's true that eventually the public's patience will run out, and we all pray that the police have real evidence and a suspect that they are quietly surrounding. But 17 days in is not the time to panic. There is nothing that any of us can do other than encourage the residents of Moscow to call in any tips that they may have about the murders at 208-883-7180 and hug your kids, if you're fortunate enough to have them still breathing, and say some prayers for justice and peace for the families of the deceased. I'm also enjoying the comments. No, they're wrong. This guy is wrong. Okay. Anyway, I'm enjoying the comments on here as well. You guys go over on PJ Media, help me out, share it, click it, share it on whatchamacallit, social media, share it on Facebook, share it wherever you can, because I think that it's very interesting. Hey, Ms. Mo, new subscriber. So glad I did. Thank you so much for being a new subscriber. And if you have not subscribed to this channel yet, please do, because there's lots of things that we do here that are a lot of fun, and you will enjoy it. And hit that like button while you're at it. I'm not even on YouTube Studio, so I don't even know what's going on over there. I don't know how many likes there are. Have rumbles increased? Are the rumbles any good? They're getting better, but you guys can do better. For my favorite chat, you're not doing so hot today. Just letting you know. Just for the rumble chat needs to get better at the plus button. All right. Here's why I don't agree with Nancy Grace about the animal skinning. Holy crap, you guys. This is so weird. So weird. Let me get to it because I have a ton of notes and my notes are ridiculous. Hold on. Skinned dog. You guys, I have studied serial killers for a long time, and I know a lot about them, and I know a lot about FBI profiling. And a person who does this is a very serious threat. Nearby resident's dog was skinned shortly before University of Idaho murders. Now let's remember, we're looking for a guy who's got a fetish with a knife. A couple's dog was killed and skinned just 3 miles away from where the 4 University of Idaho students were brutally slaughtered in their home, leading locals to fear a connection between the two attacks. Buddy, a 12-year-old mini Australian shepherd belonging to Pam and Jim Colbert, Pam and Jim, how cute is that, was left with fur only on his legs and face when he was killed after they let him out of their Moscow home on October 21st. It was like a deer that someone had hunted, Pam, 78. Oh, told the news outlet. They cut him around the neck and just skinned him. His little legs had fur and his little face had fur, but the rest of him was just skinned, she said. The other side of him was as though they had filleted him, like they were about to eat him. Oh, wait, I didn't share it with you guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to not share this. Hold on. I mean, this is sick stuff. Let me get rid of these ads. Look at these. Look at this cute little doggy. I mean, wait, where's the doggy? It's coming. It was terrible, unbelievable, Pam told the Daily Mail. They cut him like you fillet a fish. We found his collar, but we didn't find the pelt. Oh, look at Buddy. This is terrible. Oh. A Latta County Sheriff's deputy who photographed the pooch's remains has confirmed that the killer was human, according to the report. Well, of course. The sickening crime was committed 23 days before Madison Mogan, 21, Kaylee Goncalves, 21, Ethan Chapin, 20, and Xana Kernodle, 20, were stabbed to death in their off-campus home about 3 miles away. On Sunday, police said they still believe the attack was targeted, but continue to be unsure where the killer or killers could be. The murder weapon has not been found. Authorities haven't linked Buddy's death to the shocking murders, but locals fear there may be a connection between the two incidents. Yeah, that's a reasonable fear. So we have here the victims, 4 of them, in this horrific crime. Kaylee is here on the bottom, and her friend Madison, is it Madison? Yeah, is on top of her shoulders. Then there's Ethan and his girlfriend Xana. Everybody is nervous and scared. This is something awful and evil, Pam told the paper. We let Buddy out and somebody must have been waiting there. Bud never leaves the yard, but this person grabbed Buddy. Shortly before the dog's death, Jim, 73, also found the remains of a rabbit with its scalp and ears sliced off near the couple's home. It had the head sliced right open and you could see the brain, he told the news outlet. The Colberts' next-door neighbor, Clinton Hughes, posted a message on Facebook when Buddy was found dead. Moscow public alert. This sounds like clickbait, but it's not. Last night after 2 a.m. After 2 a.m., same time, guys, that the kids were murdered. Same time, sometime between 2 and 5. Our neighbor's sweet little dog was skinned like a deer, he wrote. No animal did this. Our dog is bigger and was so anxious about the same time that he tore his bed up into 1,000 pieces. Also, our cat has been missing for the last couple of days, Hughes wrote. Not sure if it's tied to Halloween, and I don't really care. I'll be chambering all my firearms, and I would suggest everyone else in North Moscow do the same. Now, I don't understand one thing, though. So the police, though, have now come out and said that they don't believe that it's connected to the case. I don't know why my camera's doing what it's doing right now. I guess I have to stop sharing. I know the sound is probably fine, but like I gotta stop the camera. This drives me crazy when it does this. Why is my computer running like this? Everything's freezing. I'm gonna keep trying to talk. I hope that this is not going down because of the windstorm or whatever. But I need to get off the New York Post, obviously, because that's part of the problem. Oh, my computer's totally frozen. No, the dog did not live. The dog is dead, you guys. The dog is dead and filleted open. Yeah, this is very reminiscent of Jeffrey Dahmer's activities. And no one kills a pet like that, a dog. Killing a dog is a very worrying thing. It's not okay. It points to psychological problems. It points to a sickness, and it's not good. There's nothing good about murdering and torturing little animals. Really, really bad sign. And so here's what I don't understand. Okay, the cops say that they do not believe it's related. I don't know how they could possibly say that unless they have a suspect in mind or they found the killer of the dog. But reports do not say they found the killer of the dog skinner. The dog skinner is still at large, apparently. So, and also was like effing with a rabbit. So this is a problem. And that's what makes me very concerned that it's option number 2. It makes me very concerned that what we have here, and getting back to the comment who said, you didn't think it sounded like a first-time attack? I do. Here's why. They start with animals. So here we have a guy who is very obsessed with his knife, and he's learning how to use it. And he's doing things to animals to learn how to use it. And he's proving to himself that he can kill something and that he can stand the blood and that he can listen to the squeals of the animals. And he's getting something from it, like going on someone else's property, taking someone's dog, doing that to someone's dog. That is a very aggressive, terrifying, and worrying move. And if they have not caught that guy, oh man, they need to. Because that guy, he's a problem. Yeah, what was the date? When did this happen? Oh, it happened in October. So we had the knife was shown on campus. There was the incident on campus where the co-eds were shown a knife by a guy on a bike with a backpack on September 12th. Then in October, sometime near Halloween, we have Jim and Pam lose their poor little buddy to some sicko who kidnaps him, dog naps him from the yard, and skins him alive and fillets him like a fish. Jim also found a mutilated bunny in his yard. And this is so it has been escalating. In September, it was just showing someone a knife. In October, it's now practicing on animals. And in November, 4 people are brutally stabbed. I believe that the evidence points to a budding serial killer who has just exploded onto the scene. And that's very scary because that means that this will not be easily solved if that's the case. And I think that the police they have ruled it out, and I don't know why. I think the only thing I can think of to why they would want to rule it out is to keep people from panicking. And that's not a very good reason, I don't think. I don't know how they could rule it out when they don't have a perp on the dog skinner. How do you rule out that the guy who murdered these kids isn't the same one who murdered the dog if you don't know who murdered the dog? It's weird. Yeah, so my lifestyle says they asked the question from the police, but they refused to answer. Okay, well, I have a police report in the same paper in the New York Post where they have ruled it out. Cops rule out link between immoral fat. I've already answered that. This serial killer's name is the Moscow Maggot, because we're not going to call these people fun, sexy names like Night Stalker anymore because they like that and that makes them happy. All right, when I go to share stuff, my camera starts acting up. So I'm just going to turn the camera off while I'm sharing this. Cops rule out link between skinned pet dog and murdered University of Idaho students. Detectives are aware of Latah County Sheriff's Office incident of the report of a skinned dog and have determined it's unrelated to this incident. I mean, and this is the city of Moscow said this in a press release. The police department statement comes after news reports about the 12-year-old mini Australian Shepherd. So they're, and of course the Pam, the owner, is very confused about this. And she's saying, what the heck? It was obviously a person. So how could you rule it out? And I really don't know. And so my guess is that this is part of the misdirection. Perhaps they know who it is. Perhaps they know who the dog killer is, and they have their eye on this dog killer for the murderer, and they don't want him to know. That's the only logical conclusion that I can come up with for them saying it's not connected. Because they're working with the FBI. Surely the FBI knows about the animal abuse and how that's linked to serial killing. So, yeah, we need to get the Moscow Maggot trending before any other idiots start calling this killer something, something more fun. Because we should mock and ridicule the perpetrators of violent crime. All right. What time is it? All right, 12:30. We're good. All right, let me get back to my notes. So, speaking of that podcast I told you about, YouTube creators. Okay. Oh, I know what I wanted to tell you. Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, so I said I was gonna, and I don't know if I'm going to name the creators because, okay, look, I don't like YouTube drama. I like minding my own business. I don't want to start any internet fights with anybody, but the true crime genre on YouTube is highly suspect to me. And a lot of it is really not thought out before they start doing this stuff. God, my computer is screwing up and acting slow, and I don't know why. It doesn't like the New York Post. I got to close that New York Post. It does not like that at all. So let me try and close some more of these. Just close some more windows here. Okay. As I'm going, I'm starting to look into this yesterday, right? And I'm starting to look at some of the content. I'm looking at the Facebook pages. I'm looking at the true crime community and how people love to, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to solve a puzzle. Okay. I'm not criticizing those of you who want to solve a puzzle and, you're throwing your theories around. But something that really bothered me is that a bunch of people were saying that they believed that this neighbor who was interviewed by the police was super suspect, right? And a bunch of people were like, oh yeah, it's him for sure. I took one look at these interviews with this guy. I'm like, this is not him. This is not a killer. The very first thing I thought was, oh, this poor guy has social anxiety. He's maybe on the spectrum. He's maybe autistic, and he's about to have a very bad time because let me explain something about how, well, okay, let's play the interview of the neighbor. His name is Jeremy Reagan. And let's play some of his interviews because the true crime community is really going off on this guy and like casting aspersions on him. And that is really a dangerous thing to do, you guys. It can ruin someone's life. I just watched a documentary about these murders off of a Texas highway that went unsolved for years and years. And this poor man, it was called the Killing Fields. And this poor man who owned the fields where they were was a suspect for so many years, and no one believed him that he didn't do it. And he didn't do it. And his life was ruined. He eventually had to give up his business, move away from his home, and he ended up maybe committing suicide. They're not sure. He ran his golf cart onto train tracks when a train was coming. Like, there are real life consequences for pointing a finger at somebody, who you think might have done something who didn't do it. And we have to be really careful about that. So this particular YouTube channel just put together interviews that this guy did to the media and is making the point that they think it's weird that he did 3 or 4 interviews. I'm going to explain to you why that's not weird, but let's watch.
Now carry a weapon on me. I used to do that before I moved to Moscow, thought it was super safe, stopped, and then this happened. And so at least if and until they find who did it, I'm going to continue carrying a weapon on me again.
Police searched the area inside and outside 1122 Queen Road on Monday. Law enforcement is still looking for evidence in a suspect.
We have the details of sort of
those in the area.
We have the details of sort of what caused the police to think it was a homicide. Then I'm still not entirely sure about it. Really small town feel, lots of hills, but it seems like a really close-knit community. All of my professors and stuff that are from here.
This this guy's a law student, by the way. Jeremy Reagan's a law student. Like, there's nothing weird about this guy. The only thing that's a little off about him that everyone is kind of noticing is that, like, he kind of has this look of glee on his face, like he's kind of smiling and he seems like really nervous. Let me tell you something. Now, I am a person who has experience in front of a news camera. And even me, when a news camera is pointed at my face, I can't even tell the adrenaline rush that I get when there's a camera, like a live camera pointed at me, and I'm a seasoned journalist. Okay. I've been on camera a lot. And even still to this day, the second that little red light goes on, I am inside. The adrenaline just goes boom. And it's one of the reasons why, you know, a person like I thrive on that. So like as soon as that goes on, I turn on and I can go and go and go. But if you are not used to being interviewed on camera and suddenly there's a camera in your face, you are going to have a physical reaction and it's going to come out in your face, and you might do unusual things, like you might giggle or laugh because you're nervous, even though the situation is not funny. And I'm seeing this in this guy. And Kelsey Williams says, your YouTube keeps shutting down and you think you might be blocked. Well, you're not blocked on my end. So I don't know. I don't know if YouTube is. Look, I've been censored today. This, for some reason, this stream, nobody wants this stream out there right now. And is it because I'm telling people to stop spreading these rumors? Is it because I want people to be accurate? I don't know, but I certainly haven't done anything today on the stream that is that controversial. No, Kelsey, they didn't arrest anybody yet. Okay, so this guy, let's keep going a little bit, but I don't immediately, I see that this is a guy who's just socially awkward. That's all. And he's nervous because he's on camera.
They've seemed like they've been here for a decade or longer, and they seem to know just about everybody. So I would say it's a fairly small community, even though there's roughly 20 to 25,000 people here. The officer that came by door to door, he asked if we had any sort of surveillance or if we knew about any other cameras or anything in the area. Sadly, this is an apartment building, and I'm assuming it's relatively old, so there was nothing. Luckily, the apartment sent out an email a couple days ago saying they're adding new lights, which there is a new light up there. They're going to work on installing cameras just so that if anything like this were to happen again, there's a better chance of getting footage of who did it.
Okay, so there's that interview. We don't need to listen to the entire thing. But a bunch of people are just like casting aspersions on this guy, and like his name and his face is out there, you guys. This can ruin someone's life when you do this. There is no reason to believe that this man has done anything wrong. He is trying to help. He's going on these shows because the media is contacting him, and he thinks, well, maybe I can help, and maybe I have information that I can give, and maybe I can help. It would be so unusual for the murderer to say yes to all these interviews. It would be really strange. Not that it's never happened, but it would be weird.
Explain what you're seeing when you're driving through the neighborhood, what's going on, and what do you know about the people who live there?
So I didn't personally know any of the people that lived at that house. I had seen them going in and out of their house a couple of times as I would take my dog out to go to the bathroom. And ever since this incident happened, you know, I used to see people out in the field across from the apartment complex just playing with their dogs. But then after this happened, it seems kind of like a ghost town. The only people I really see are police and media. So it's just really strange that everyone in that neighborhood is sort of left for Thanksgiving early, or just left for the rest of the semester, or whatever their plans were. It's just odd to see that it's only police and media in there around there at this point.
Right.
Okay, so for some reason, and we don't need to watch all of this, I just wanted to give you guys a flavor of this guy. And look, I'm telling you right now, that guy didn't do it. And he has already gone on Reddit now and made a post about how this is really affecting him, and could people please stop. And so I was right. He goes and tells people that he's socially awkward, that like he doesn't know what to do, and he thought he was being helpful. So please, if you, I understand that everybody has their theories, but be very careful about pointing fingers at people who have been named in this. These people are relatives, they're friends, they're grieving. You know, the neighbor has got to feel extremely, you know, like there's a murderer running loose in his neighborhood. He's got to be worried about it too. So just be careful, because it's bad. Okay, I know that there are some killers who have been interviewed by press and stuff, but I really don't think it's the case in this particular case. So there's another YouTuber, and I don't have any problem with that guy putting up his interviews. I mean, they were on TV, so it's fair game. But I mean, you also don't want to discourage people from talking to the press. Like the second they talk to the press, now they're a suspect. You know, that can't be. That does not help journalists get you the stories that you want, because one day people will stop talking to the press because they don't want to be targeted by the internet, you know, by people who are just desperate to know who did it, and they'll just point fingers at anybody. So Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, Jack, is also someone who's getting a lot of attention on YouTube. And yet the police have cleared him. They say that he's not a suspect. Now, that doesn't mean he's not actually a person of interest. It doesn't. But there is, and you know what? I'm not going to name this channel. I don't want to get into fights with people on YouTube. It's not a big channel either. But one of these true crime channels has made the case for why they think that it's the boyfriend, Jack. I took one look at this guy, and my instinct is he could not physically kill 4 people. So I think it's a stretch. The family has also come to his defense. The family has said that he was very close with the family, that the kids had taken a break from one another, but they actually believed eventually they were going to get married, that Kaylee had, broken up with him, but it wasn't whatchamacallit, what's the word? Contentious, I guess, and that they're still friends. And if you go to Kaylee's Instagram, hold on, let's get over there. And by the way, her Instagram is still public, so, I'm not showing you anything that isn't already up. Where is it? Kaylee, there she is. If you go to Kaylee's Instagram, there are pictures of her and Jack on her Instagram. And I mean, look, try to remember, this is supposedly you're looking for someone who was physically strong enough to murder 4 people, some of whom fought back. Hold on. Where is Jack? Ah, there he is. So we're thinking it's going to be somebody physically strong enough to murder 4 people, to stab them. There's no way that it was this guy. Like, absolutely no way. Whoever did it had to be at least strong enough to overpower a male who was bigger than this guy. And some of the victims were fighting back because we know they have defense wounds. I don't believe that this kid could have done it. And yeah, he has an alibi. The police have ruled him out. The parents say no way. No way. And yeah, I don't think so. I mean, now obviously, so yeah, I know a lot of you think it's Jack, but I just don't I don't see it. I don't see it. All right, can we talk about oh, I shouldn't have gotten off of that. Hold on. I'm going to say something right now that is going to be very unpopular. But it has to be, I have to say it, because I'm always truthful with you and I always tell you what I think. As a mother, this is my reaction to this Instagram page. As a mother, I would be very terrified if my daughter had an Instagram page that looked like this. Now, look, I understand more than, I understand that at a certain time in your life, Hold on, let me get to the picture that I want to talk about, because this girl, Kaylee, is beautiful. She's lovely. There's nothing wrong with her wanting to take pictures of herself in a bathing suit. Absolutely nothing. Okay, nothing wrong with it. She's gorgeous. What a body on this one. But here's the thing. As a mother, let me just tell you what I think about this as a mother. Of daughters. I have 2 daughters, 2 teen daughters. It is my advice to them that they do not have an online presence like this. And it's not, it wouldn't be their fault. Like, it's not their fault. And this is the culture. I understand it's social media culture. And like, it looks like every girl has a social media presence like this, where they're posting bikini pictures and, sexy pics all the time. And I know this is something that is going on a lot, but you do not know who is watching. I don't know. Her page is public. And there are men who are predators who will obsess about girls, and accessing pictures like this is just one more, like, come and get it. I'm not saying she invited it at all. Okay. What I'm saying is, as a mother, I recommend that my daughters do not have social media presence like this. It's very dangerous, in my opinion. I do not think there are rumors that Kaylee had a stalker. That stalker could have found her on Instagram. Not all attention is good attention. And there's nothing wrong. I'm sure Maddie's Instagram looked exactly the same. I haven't been on Maddie's yet. There's nothing wrong with wanting to take pictures of your young, beautiful body at its best in a bikini. Like, okay, that's why I brought my honeymoon photo album up with me. So back in my day, we had these things called photo albums, and we would take pictures and then we would get them developed, and then we would put them in these books, and you put them under plastic, and then you put them on your coffee table, and whenever you want to look at them or show someone like how hot you were 20 years ago, you can literally do that. And my husband, these are my honeymoon photos. He took tons of pictures of me in a bikini in this. There are so many, and I'm so glad he did it, because I was rocking it back then. I was 24 years old and looking at my absolute best. And there are some pictures in here, and I don't even mind showing it to you, because I'm not even this girl anymore. So I'm not posting this on social media, but I'm just saying they exist. I'm not going to show you a close up, and they're great. And it's great to be able to show your kids and your, whoever, that like, yeah, I was a hottie back in the day. Like, like and my husband was like, oh, he was snapping photo after photo. I'll tell you what, Mr. Fox was snapping pictures of me laying on the beach. It was a great time. We were in Hawaii, and it was a beautiful, terrific memory. But these memories are in this book. And I'm sure at least 5 weirdos zoomed in on the pic, but that's okay, because that girl doesn't even exist anymore. She's not here. This is at 46. I do not look like this anymore. I've had 3 kids, and stretch marks, unbelievable. But back then, so good. So I get it. I get why the kids are doing it, right? I get why the kids are taking these pictures, but to place them out there in the public is, in my opinion, as a mom, very dangerous. And I worry about that. I worry about, I tell my kids, please don't put those types of pictures. In fact, I barely let them put their faces on anything. Well, my 12-year-old's not on any social media. She's not allowed to be on anything So there are no pictures of her online. And I quit posting pictures of my kids on Facebook a long time ago. I'm just looking at your comments. I think I missed a rant. Hold on. Oh, I think I did. Shoot. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, hold on. I got to enter somebody else in the book contest. Don't forget, if you send a Rumble rant or a super chat, you will be entered into a raffle for a signed copy of my book, Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, from Salameda #MeToo. And this is a good time to bring it up. My Lifestyle sent a Rumble rant that says the police refused to say how the dog ended up in the shelter. They don't want to confirm if the dog was inside or outside the house when the crime happened. Well, that doesn't make sense because the family said that the dog was let outside and the dog was taken from the outside. It wasn't the family that did it. So that's weird. So the raffle, I will be picking names out of a hat at the end of the show to send you a signed copy of my book, Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, from Salameda #MeToo. This book is all about how we need to preserve innocence until proven guilty. That's why we need to believe the evidence. And that's why we should not be pointing fingers at anybody who has been named in this case as just, adjacent to the victims. And saying that we think that they're guilty and causing like an internet mob to swarm them. and that could destroy your life. That could destroy someone's life. I beg you and I plead with you to wait, to not, it's okay to have your theories, but to start digging into someone's life, let's just let the police do what they do. Oh, you were talking about the dog in the house. Oh, I got you. Okay. The dog in the house. They refused to say how the dog ended up in the shelter. They don't want to confirm if the dog was inside. We're not talking about the skin dog. We're talking about Kaylee's dog. Okay. Kaylee's dog, there was a dog in the house. One neighbor says they heard the dog barking around 3 a.m. and they almost went over there to see what was wrong, but the dog stopped. Another neighbor said it was unusually quiet that night. So obviously those two neighbors contradict themselves and they were maybe up at different times. I don't know. But yeah, the girls had a dog and it's still mysterious as to how that all shook out. We don't know. All right. So one of the things that I was curious about is about this town. And I did look at a map to see how close it is to a highway, because that also concerns me. And US 95 actually runs right through this town, which is an easy way to get out of town. There's another university not too far away. It's Washington University. And so that's concerning to me. Another thing that the media has been mentioning, that people have been talking about, is there were two roommates in the basement area, which is considered the first floor, who were not harmed. And a lot of people found that, maybe, and I found it at first, I was like, I don't know about that. That's bizarre to me. However, looking at the house, it makes total sense because they were sleeping in what would be considered the first floor, but it's almost like a basement because it's built into a hill. So let me show you the inside this house and how it's set up, because, hold on, I got to share this now. All right. So this house is built into a hill. And because of that, you have all these levels. It says 9 bedroom now. Yesterday it said 6. So perhaps that was just changed. That's weird. Yesterday it said 6 bedrooms. Now it says 9. Weird. Okay. So the way that this house, is there an outside view? There isn't, but I know you've all seen this. The ground level is floor 2, I think. And then there's like a below ground level, which is on ground level, but also below ground level, depending on how you look, because it's built into a hill. So in order to reach the so-called first floor, you would have to come in through this. There's like a sliding door out here, this part here. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. Sliding door, where are you? It's in the kitchen. There's a sliding door. Ah, there's the stairs. So to the right over here, here's stairs that go down this is the third floor. And then that goes down to what is technically the second floor. And the first floor is actually further down stairs. But it looks like the ground level is the so-called second floor. Where is the picture of the kitchen? There's too many pictures. That's the view. All right, here's the kitchen. This is technically the second floor. And the first floor is down these basement steps right here. So back here where, I don't know if we can see it from, yeah, here's the sliding door that comes into the kitchen. You walk around the corner and there's these stairs that go down. That's technically the first floor. If you haven't been in this house and you're just coming in to cause havoc or whatever, you might miss that completely or just think that that's a useless basement or something. And just hit the bedrooms on this floor, go up the stairs to the next floor, hit those and leave. There would be no reason to think that there was somebody in that basement unless you had been in the house. So I think it's very possible the killer came in through this sliding door right here. That, I believe, is the door that was reported to be open when the 911, like when the roommates woke up and called 911 or however that happened. There were other sliding doors. There's sliding doors that go into a bedroom, but that one is on a balcony. That would be harder to get to. So yeah, it's to me, I think it made more sense after seeing the actual layout of the house that, yep, those other roommates could absolutely be might not hear anything. If the house really was a party house, they may have been used to hearing people come and go. So maybe noises in the middle of the night might not be weird, especially because they all didn't get home until 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Yeah, I think that's where he came into, the sliding door. Yep, Meme Copium, I watched him this morning, and he actually was featuring a video from that podcast that I was mentioning earlier that I want to share here because I was very interested to know, what is Moscow like? And now this would be an example of good investigative work that's being done by some of the internet creators. And I have no problem with YouTube creators, but here's my issue. I want YouTube creators and anyone who's going to try and investigate something like this to be very careful with a developing story. Check and recheck your sources. Be very, very careful that you don't implicate people who are innocent, that you don't cause problems for people. And in this particular, so this would be on, shoot, that's the wrong link. What did I do? Did I write the wrong link down? Crap. Where is it? Hold on. Shit. I did. I copied the wrong link. All right, hold on. I can find it. Man, I have allergies today. All right, it's Hannah's the neighborhood. Hold on. I'm getting it. But it's a tour of Moscow, and it's very helpful. Hold on. Murders. I find it very helpful. It's on the Interview Room, which is that podcast that we were talking about earlier that had the information on the knife incident on September 12th. So they have made a video, or someone has. I don't know how they got the footage or who did the footage, but somebody traveled to Moscow and took a video driving through the area, which is completely legal to do, and it doesn't look like they got into anybody's way. And I think that that is helpful to those of us who are not on the ground and we can't see, or who haven't been to Moscow. And it's nice to be able to. I was looking at Google Earth, but this is way better. We have somebody who's actually in a car driving into town. So I wanted to watch a little bit of this. I found this on Meme Copium this morning, and I thought it was really helpful. So this is the couple that does the interview room. So hold on, here we go. Let me share this with you. Okay, let's get this bigger and biggin.
Hypothetically, if a suspect were to come into this community, immediately some of the first things we're going to see here is the availability of traffic cameras. Typically, those are run by the state because this is a state highway. This is the 95. And so that information would be available to the Idaho State Police coming in. All right.
And that's their music.
You can see that camera up there very clearly. Now, the reason we want to kind of give you a geographical understanding of what is going on around here, this is a very tight-knit community. It's very rural, lots of farms around this area. So we're kind of coming into the heart. So what does that tell us about a suspectology? Okay, the type of individual, and by the way, we're not going to talk about the psychology of that individual tonight. We're going to break that down tomorrow night. I have the Greg Cooper. All
right, let's skip ahead. I just really want to get to the. So if you guys want to watch this entire video, I think it's pretty interesting. So the car's going down I-95, which I told you is a state highway there, and coming into town, so you can see what a small town this really is. Pretty easy to get in and out of.
You're on the 95 from the south
which
neighborhood.
Is kind of disturbing.
Any thoughts on this, hon?
All right, wait, what did I miss?
The campus.
Here we go.
And
let's go back.
We call contact sites. What lures,
All right, I don't want to listen to him talk the whole time, but some of this stuff that they are talking about is really good. If you want to go over there, this is the interview room. Did I say that right? The interview room, and this is very interesting to me because this is a really small place. I mean, college campus towns, can be very small and sleepy, and like the only thing that you've got going is the university.
To Washington State campus, honey.
Oh no, I'm talking. It's okay. I'm talking about.
But I mean, from this
where we're at
to that campus, right? Right. Huh?
Yeah, there's another college
it's 6
down
miles.
90.
It's like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's not far away.
And then
there's
coming
two universities within a very short distance of each other off of that 95.
The A&W gas station there, and there are cameras at that location. And then this is the street that turns onto, this is Taylor, that takes us up into the neighborhood. Any thoughts on this, hon, in the general area?
Well, it's I mean, you guys can see it's there's not it's not densely populated. There's a lot of brush, but obviously now that we're close, so literally on the right side is University of Idaho campus, and to the left you're looking at apartment complexes. That's all off campus, but you can see it's like literally a stone's throw. It's just a few yards, of between campus and off campus.
So we're coming over the hill here, and this is when you're actually going to see the university on the right. So this is off-campus housing. This is not on the campus of Idaho State. So let's always remember that as well. So
it's a really
you can
cool
see
place.
There's the sign.
I mean, we just came.
All right, now we're going to start
almost past the university,
moving into what I would consider a geographical importance for this particular crime. And the reason I say that, as you can see, if it's a total off the 95 and into this neighborhood. It's not like someplace that just shows up. You have to, and you're going to see here, you've got to be pretty specific and or very comfortable with this particular geographic region here. Okay. So we'll get into that in a little bit more here, why I'm saying that. So as you come down the street, to the left or to the right is
Warrior
the
wants that book.
fraternity house. And then to the left, right where that, go ahead, honey.
And let me point, let me point this out on the right. So you see that blue, it's the Sigma Chi fraternity house. You can see that big green space, open field, it's their backyard. And now we're looking at Taylor Street right here, and you're going to see how close the girls' apartment or house was to this.
Yeah, and it's University of Idaho, not Idaho State. Thank you, Sergio, for catching my error on that. So I apologize to Idaho State. Sorry about that, guys. All right, here we go.
Hey guys, don't forget to hit that plus button. Red Jen is in competition with Warrior B now.
Around
she sent a Rumble rant. You're in, Jen. You're in.
1122.
She says, "Me too, Warrior."
This is the streets where the Uber would have turned, or the friend who drove them home. It's a friend, apparently, and they've not released that individual's name. But this is the area. And you're going to see this kind of goes up and it dead ends. Okay.
All right.
That's important.
Here's something I notice about this area. It is very, oh man, there's a lot of places to hide. A lot of trees, a lot of darkness. This is broad daylight, and look at the shadows in here. And lots of places to hide under trees. It's kind of remote. Man, this case, I am really praying for an arrest, and soon.
Applying Moxie.
I canceled my my YouTube premium service when they kicked Nick Rekieta off. So, F you, YouTube. That's their music, by the way, not mine.
There's the house at about 1 o'clock. The house is about 2 o'clock now. It's on the right. But I'm going to take you up to this apartment complex here, and on the other side.
All right, now this bugs me. This apartment complex is right next door to their house. It is literally within steps away, and it would be very easy for somebody in this apartment building, and these are off-campus apartments. These are not all students, okay? So this to me stood out. This stood out. These are not all students, and it looks to me like there could be, I mean, okay, the cops need to knock on every single door in that apartment building and the one next to it, because there's tons of people who live right there next to this house. It would be very easy for someone who lives in proximity to have, fixated on one of the girls or two of the girls, who knows, and to have been watching them from that proximity and then have a place to go, like quickly, to get away from a scene, get into a shower, wash away evidence. And these apartment buildings, they bother me. They bother me. And if there are a lot of students in that apartment complex, a lot of them probably left and went home for Thanksgiving. And so did the police even get to talk to them? Who knows? Who knows? Let's go back and keep playing this. So if you're just joining us, we're watching footage of around the area right by the house where the 4 students, the Idaho 4, were murdered.
And it's important to point out all of this is off-campus housing. you see this apartment complex here on the right. I'm sure you've seen it on the news many times. And all the other homes around 1122 King Street is all students. It's all student housing. They're private homes, but obviously they're rented out to the students.
Now, one thing here is if I were to keep going to the right, it will take me around to a parking lot that is behind 1122. Okay. So if I go to the right, it takes me behind the house, the target house. What I wanted to do is show you here to the left, this is ice. Okay. And I'm in a 4-wheel drive truck. So I come in and I actually have to put into a 4-wheel drive to back out. So the weather that day is significant, especially at 3 o'clock to 6 a.m. In fact, it was icy fog, and I believe it was in the 20s. So that's significant in understanding not only the victimology and catching the type of clothing the victims are wearing, the girls, but also understanding what the suspect might be wearing and why that's so significant. And so I want to make sure everybody's on, target there. It's cold right there that evening. And you'll see where some of the cars were parked, where the snow
6 degrees
had
below
fallen
zero.
when we were there. And by the way, this was Thanksgiving, so it was a ghost town right then, because most of the kids were home with their families. And I say kids because we have 4 children, so I can do that. Don't beat me up on social media because I said that. Anyway, that said, any other thoughts, honey, while the car's pulling around?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody understands based on what we've explained that this is all like behind the house and the road. This is the dead end Chris had just mentioned. So if you we just drove past the house,
Thanks, Jen.
you come up to this exact area. It's almost like
Jen's
a
increasing
landing area.
chances for
It's
a free book.
parking for. You can run the video, honey. It's parking for all this housing. And so what we're doing is you'll see he's turning around and then
Going in the
we
pile,
park
Jen.
and then you'll see the vantage point from this area walking back down towards the house.
So you have one way in, one way out.
And another
A
one.
suspect takes that into
Good job, Jen.
consideration if there's a vehicle involved. That's a high risk. A high risk. On a lot of the doors, there were flyers. There was a whole bunch of other, tip lines. We interviewed a lot of folks in that apartment complex right there.
Yeah, and them talking to people who live around there is like,
At the
it's great.
time,
That's good.
where
I think it's good to talk to people. It seems like these people are pretty careful about what they say and just trying to get, facts on what's happening. And it's the channels that are making videos about this is who I think did it and here's why I think so, that I think is really irresponsible, and that is really not what journalists do. It's if you want to be an investigator, if you want to investigate something, what you need to do is ask more questions. Stop making, jumping to conclusions and start digging into what happened. Who was there? What do people say? And reserve your judgment, because there could be any number of explanations for a crime like this. And to me, it is looking more and more like a stranger crime. I got to tell you, I have a bad feeling about it. I hope it isn't, because that's going to make it so much harder to solve. But this area, just from looking at it, I mean, let's back up a little bit right here to like this. So that apartment building right now, he's behind that apartment building. And I want you to notice something about being
One way
behind
out.
here. This is the apartment building. The house is just at the end of this street here. This would be a very good way to exit the building from the back without anyone seeing you, hardly anybody, because these are the backs. These are the back. Can you see my mouse? Then I'm moving it around over here. These white houses over here to the right side of the thing, those are the backs of houses. If you're coming out of the back of this brick building, who's going to see you? It's very dark back here and it's daylight. It's shadowy and dark. Imagine at 3 in the morning, who the heck is going to see you exiting this brick building, going this way or around the other way to the trees behind their house? Nobody would see you. And you wouldn't get caught on any traffic cameras because you're not driving, you're literally walking. And look how dark so this is the end of the brick building. Turning the corner here, you've got, there's the house, the gray house right there where the girls live. And look how you can get there, directly there, right down this little road and into the blackness. Who the heck is going to see you? Like, this is
side street.
Way too many places to hide here. I don't
Remember,
like it
if
at
I would
all.
have gone around that building, I would have come down this side street. And so one of the things I wanted to understand from a, investigator position is, what did the suspect see? And what would the individual have been thinking? In this particular case, at the time, there were all kinds of cars parked along the right side of that road right there. That is an icy road going up that road, even the day we were there with the sun out. So now go back to the evening where it was, 28, 29 degrees or whatever it was below freezing. That road would have been icy, or at least the crime scene.
Move on.
Or two.
So look at how
they
dark it
narrowed
is.
the crime scene into some.
Here we are closer to their house. Like, if you go through this little copse of trees right here, you have access to their, and it's totally dark. You can't see anything in there. And this is during daylight. This is the perfect setup to do bad things. I mean, look at this. There's all this cover from trees. This is an easy in and an easy out. This is a good view. I mean, look at all this cover and the brush and everything. This level down here, I believe, is where the kitchen is. So that sliding door that you can kind of see that is covered. It's not a front door. That's a side door. It's covered by all these trees and stuff. Nobody would see you go in there. It's very isolated. Lots of places to hide. And, all I got to say is lock your doors. Lock your doors. If you guys want to see this whole video, I will drop the link in the chat for you guys, because I definitely think you should go over if you want to watch this whole thing and see it. They made a big deal about this cinder block being under the window, but I don't know, that would be weird. I mean, I could just stand there and reach that window. I wouldn't have to climb on anything to get through a window. I don't think he came through a window. I think he came through the sliding door. I don't think the cinder block means anything. There's some debris. There was a ladder that was near the house or on the house, but it may not have been related, because I think that the sliding door was open. So obviously the crime scene tape, the light, he says the light was not working the night of the crime, the light that is like a motion sensor light. Man, I'm getting choked up. If you're on Rumble, make sure you hit that Rumble Plus button. If you're on YouTube, hit that like and subscribe. We won't spend a ton more time on this. I just wanted you guys to get a flavor of what Moscow is like, what the crime scene is like, what it looks like around the house. And I think that it definitely showed that there were plenty of places to hide, plenty of places to be unseen. And so that doesn't bode well for witness accounts either. So I'm going to drop the link to their channel in the chat. So if you guys want to go over there on a different time, not right now, and watch that whole video, you're welcome to go do that. And it looks like they have some good content over there as well, where they have interviewed people who are on the scene. And like, I do not normally really get into investigations that are currently going on, but it bothered me how many rumors were flying around that were unsubstantiated. So why did I pay $32 to Google? What would I pay them for, PayPal? I didn't pay Google. Someone hacked my PayPal? What would I have paid them for? I did? Why would I do that? I didn't pay Google anything. What? For Google Play? I don't even have a Google phone. This is not legit. Is this really PayPal? See, now I have to figure out what the heck. Someone's hacking me today, man. Like, my streams don't work. Google's taking money out of my account. Like, what is happening? All right, let me go back to my notes because I have more notes. Okay, let's go back. Let's see what else there is. Oh, I've got something that I don't think anybody else has. I don't think I've heard it anywhere else. And this is a really good example of good journalism work. If I had thought of it, I would have done it. This is something I would have thought of. I was close to thinking of it, but someone beat me to it. Somebody, hold on, it was a local Fox channel. Yeah, Fox 5, was it in New York? Wait, let's see who this is. Fox, this is by Rebecca Rosenberg. And I don't know if this is Fox, it's on Fox 5 in New York, but I don't know if the Fox reporter who did it was local in Idaho, but this was a fantastic research job by a journalist. This is the kind of stuff that we should be doing when it comes to cases like this. This is how you get information on your own when the police are not being very forthcoming, and this is public information. It's not hurting the investigation in any way. But check this out. I gotta close this. Okay. This is so good, you guys. I don't think anybody has noticed this yet because I haven't heard it talked about. All right. I'm going to stop the camera so that my thing doesn't freeze. All right. 911 calls in Idaho College Town include reports of blood and unusual circumstances. This reporter, whoever did this actual investigation, they used the Freedom of Information Act to get the public records of all the 911 calls that have been made since the murder. This is so smart. So smart. And all the reports that have been made of like suspicious things. The owner of Sud Z's laundromat dialed 911 on November 23rd to report a mark on the column inside that looks like blood. An officer responded but did not take a report. All right, you guys, this one small piece of information is like, what? Are you kidding me? What do you mean you didn't take a report? Let us hope that this is disinformation. Turkina Mayer says Google Play could be coins for a game. Do the kids have access to that? They do not. And they also don't have access to my PayPal. Whatever it was came out of my PayPal. So no, I can't imagine. Weird. But look at this laundromat tip is unbelievable. You would expect that if somebody was covered in blood or had clothes that they needed to get blood out of, I mean, I think if you're a murderer, going to a laundromat, though, with your bloody clothes is really dumb. Really dumb. Oh, and by the way, Tarkina, thank you for that was a super chat. And I'm adding you into the raffle again. I think this is your second one. Tarkina, I'm writing your name down now. Meyer. Okay, YouTube. If you are a murderer and you've got like evidence and you need to get rid of it, I would think the better option would be to burn it or something, or take it out of town and throw it in get rid of it. But that doesn't account for somebody who might be mentally ill, off his rocker, and maybe would take something like that to a laundromat. Well, the owner of a laundromat calls the police, says, I see something on a column inside here that Gila Rosa says that charges for saying stuff that Google doesn't like. It's possible. That is possible. So a laundromat owner calls and says that there's blood or something that looks like blood on a column inside the laundromat. To me, it's a really good tip. Why wouldn't police take a report? So that's one question I have where I'm like, However, the fact that they are reporting they didn't take a report doesn't mean they didn't do it. So again, the police could just be pretending like they don't think this is a big deal to make the killer feel comfortable. Because if the guy is dumb enough to go to a laundromat and smear blood all over the place, he's not the brightest bulb in the shed. So you don't want to tip him off that he was in the laundromat. So for all we know, they could have fingerprinted the whole place and not told anybody about it and have all the evidence, and who knows? Who knows? So don't worry. Tiffany says, I saw this too and was freaking out about the cops not taking reports on all these calls. I know they're probably getting a lot more calls, but who cares? Do your job. Well, they might be. They might be doing it. They don't have to tell the press the truth. See, that's the thing. We can't know right now what it is that they're actually doing. We can't know that what they're telling us is true, and that's part of their job. Yeah, or it was not blood. But if they had tested it, though, castration abomination, if they had tested it, then there would be a report about it. But they could lie about the report. They don't have to tell you right now. If that report is part of an open investigation, they do not have to tell you, even under a FOIA request, that they have such a report. So don't panic. It doesn't mean they didn't actually look into it. They showed up there, and I imagine that they are tracking down every single lead. So I find it hard to believe they didn't take a report. I think that might be misdirection. That's what I think. A woman called police 2 days later at 6:14 p.m. to report that someone keeps shining a light into her window and that an unknown person had repeatedly banged on her door the prior week. Police responded but didn't take a report. So again, a second report not taken. I don't know if I believe that or not. To me, this is like police not wanting anyone to know what they are doing. And that is perfectly understandable at this point in the game, especially if they're having trouble with this investigation. They're going to keep it very close to the vest. A total of 77 calls came in from November 23rd to November 27th, offering a glimpse into a community gripped by fear since Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves were murdered November 13 after 3 a.m. in a rental house on King Road. Since the quadruple homicide, the Moscow Police Department has received a total of 78 calls for unusual circumstances and 36 requesting welfare checks, an increase from 70 and 18, respectively, for all of October, according to a press release. The latest 911 logs show how the shocking crime continues to rattle many in the town of 25,000, many of whom remain on edge with the killer still on the loose. On November 24th, a caller reported that a female employee at Sherry's Cafe and Pies received a menacing note on the back of a receipt. You better watch out, the message threatened. On November 26th, a report came in that some men were acting sketchy and shadowboxing at the Corner Club on North Main Street, the bar where Goncalves and Mogan went the night before they were slaughtered. A woman called police on November 27th at 3:18 a.m. after she woke up and saw her front door wide open. Now that's weird. Really weird. Again, more Night Stalker vibes, you guys. That happened to one of the policemen who worked for the LAPD. His wife woke up in the middle of the night, made him go downstairs and look, and his window was wide open. And Ramirez had been there. He just left for some reason, but he left his footprint outside the window in the mud. A person complained on November 23rd of a male at a dog park asking strange questions. Several people reported that various parked vehicles were suspicious. On Thanksgiving, police fielded 21 calls, including 4 for a suspicious person or circumstance. A woman reported that someone rang her doorbell twice, but no one was at the door when she answered. In a response to records requests, the Moscow Police Department said no 911 calls were made from King House Road between June 6, when the murdered roommates moved in, and November 11th. This may suggest that the residents didn't have any prior safety concerns that warranted a call to police. Okay, so I thought that was really interesting, and I think that it gives a little more insight into what the police might be doing, and I believe that that's misdirection. I don't believe that they have not taken those reports. I think they're taking every report very seriously. If they weren't, I would be so surprised. I would be floored by that, and I just don't think these police officers appear to be extremely competent. I mean, there's just nothing about them. Not that there aren't incompetent police, because there are, but in this particular case, I haven't seen anything that makes me believe that these guys aren't doing a good job and that they don't care about this entirely. All right, let's get to some rumors that need to be debunked. For one, there's something flying around the internet about a video that has been reportedly allegedly made by students called Kill the Clones that featured the 2 of the murdered girls. Now, I cannot confirm whether that video, I can confirm that a video with that name was made and was posted on YouTube. I don't know what was in it, though, because it has been completely shut down. It's been taken down off YouTube. But this, you need to know that this came up. I'll show you what it looks like. This came up. Let me make it big. This came up. Where is my thing? So this was on YouTube at some point. It had no subscribers in one video. And somebody made a short movie that may have featured pictures, which I can't confirm, of the victims, of 2 of the victims. Now, here's what I think. Yeah, I said Kill the Clones. It's called Kill the Clones. And I think that part of it, this is like internet troll. This is an internet troll. It was posted a couple, like 5 days after the murders. And it was taken down immediately, probably because YouTube it was flagged as inappropriate. And I want to say that I looked into it as much as I could, and I think it's an internet troll. I don't think that has anything to do with the murderer. I don't think it has anything to do with evidence. This is just something that idiots do online, where when tragedies happen, there are people who want to hurt others, and they do gross things, and they it's like 4chan humor. They think it's funny that 2 blonde sorority girls, because all these girls were in the same sorority and they look similar, and they're making some commentary on that. So I don't think that that's anything. I think that you should ignore that if you see it. I don't think it has anything to do with the actual murder. I think it's just people screwing around on Reddit and online. And I have a screenshot of the description, at least part of it, and the description before it was deleted said, "This is a film about action adventure. A young man is with his girlfriend in their basement when he notices ... and that's where I couldn't see anymore, and I couldn't pull up an archive. So it's just like someone making fun of this murder. I don't think it has anything to do with anything. What else did I find? Oh, this guy. Yeah, so let's see if I can. So there's a forensic expert that was interviewed on Fox News. Was it Fox News? No, that wasn't it. It was on one of the maybe Law and Crime. Hold on. Let me find it. It was on, Law and Crime Network. Had a forensics expert who really he described and explained the process of this, of all the evidence that has to be processed. Oh shoot, did they change this video? Does Law and Crime do that when it was live? But I want to hear Joseph Scott Morgan is his name. And I liked this information that he had. He's a forensic investigator, and he just had some really good. And this is the kind of yeah, Joseph Scott Morgan. This is the kind of information that I would seek out when I'm looking for answers in a case like this. I would look for people who know what they're talking about when it comes to evidence collection, because I think that's going to be really important in this case. I don't think this is the clip that I was looking for. I think they may have changed this video on me because he was talking to a male reporter when I was, but I'm not seeing him with the, well, let's see. Is he, let's see what's over here. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's hear what this is. It might be what I'm looking for, and it might not be. It is the guy, though. I mean, he's pretty interesting. Let's hear what he
happened, you know, a week or so, week and a half before the long holiday weekend. So is there any way that that could have impacted the investigation? The fact that kids may have been getting ready to go home for the holiday?
Yeah. In my estimation, yes, of course it could. As a college professor myself and living, you know, and working in a university environment, you know, it's kind of amazing when you have these events that kind of shake the university to its core, and it extends out.
No, I wanted him to talk about the evidence collection. That was the part that was interesting to me. Hold on.
Creative standpoint, this is a perfect storm.
Okay, here we
You
go.
begin to see things in a different light. You think, well, is it worth me hanging around for another day, another night, when I know that people that might not be in my immediate circle, but are at least peripheral to me, have had this event that has rocked us to our core, think I'm leaving. Well, when that happens, the investigators lose a big chunk of potential interviewees.
Yep, I mentioned that in my article. We don't need to go back over that. That's true. Gosh, you know, these kids were so pretty, so young, so much in front of them. Just so sad. I'm so, God, being a parent, it's so hard. And when I will never forget the first time. In fact, it was Riley Fox. I just mentioned her this week. The first time oh, you can't hear it very well. All right, if I play it again, I'll turn it up. After I had a baby, my first child, the first child murder that I heard about on television, I stood in front of the television. I was holding my baby, weeping, crying. Like, I just lost it, because you change so dramatically when you become a parent. Like, you just have no concept, like zero at all, no concept at all. When you are a kid or as a person without children, you have just no concept of how that changes you, how it changes your outlook on everything. And all of a sudden you have these fears that you never had before. Like, you've never had the fear. I think I heard it in a movie somewhere, and this is a really good description, though, of what it's like to have a child. It's like your heart walking around outside your body. And if something were to happen, and even just thinking about something happening to someone else's child is enough to just destroy you. And I remember standing in front of the television, listening to this report of this little 3-year-old being murdered in my county. And I was just terrified. And for the first time realizing, oh my God, I have one of these little human beings now, and it's my job to keep her alive. And this world is such a scary place, and there are such evil people in it. And I just feel for these parents on a level that I think all parents share. There's nothing worse than losing a child. Like, very little is worse than losing a child. It's just not the way things are supposed to go. You know, you are prepared to go first. You know, you're a parent. You that's the natural order of things. And then when your child is taken from you, it changes you as a person. It changes everything about your family. It changes everything about relationships. And I know we've been through this in my family. My sister Stephanie, who you all know very well, lost a baby at 3 months old. And it's just something you never recover from. And you just do not recover from that loss. And these families have been so great, so impacted. And so my fear of this is, like, please, people, please, I know you're interested in this case, and I know that you have every right to be on the internet and saying what you want to say. You know, I'm a free speech champion. Okay, so I'm not denying that people have the right to have their theories and opinions, but I beg you, please, if you're going to take part in the true crime genre on this particular case, be very careful. Be very careful, because these are people who are going through something right now that a part of them has been murdered as well. And there is no coming back from this for them. And what we do and what we say is absolutely can affect them. And I just want you to keep that in mind. Because, yeah, you have freedom to say whatever you want. Okay, you have freedom to point your finger and say you think somebody's a murderer all you want, I guess. But the question you should ask is, should I? Should I? And to those of you who want to investigate this, be very careful that you do not invade the privacy of these people who are going through the worst time of their lives right now. Be very careful and consider how you would feel if it was you and your loved one, and suddenly the national spotlight is turned on you and your family and everyone you know. Please consider it. Please consider it. I beg you, on behalf of parents who just lost their children, who will never hug them again, who will never share a holiday table with them again. It's too much. It's too much for these families. And I think that the internet fervor around this case can do a lot of damage. It can do a lot of damage. Now, a lot has been made of this video of the last known movements. And I also want to say that, like, these girls went out, they got tipsy, they got drunk. Some of them are stumbling around, but they did everything right. Okay. Everything we tell girls to do, everything you tell your daughters to do, they did. They didn't go out alone. They had someone taking them home. You know, they made it safely home. These are all things that we should remember about this case, because sometimes even when you do it all right, it doesn't mean anything. And that's a hard pill to swallow for a parent, let me tell you. So a lot's been made about this video. This is the last known video of 2 of the victims. And they come up to a food truck, order some food, and there was a male who was with them, kind of hanging near them, in a hoodie, who appears to, like, get annoyed with them when they leave and then follows them. The police have cleared him. Others who know who are close have said that this was a guy who was possibly with them at the bar, who's friendly with them, and who was helping them get home safe. But then they got their ride pulled up and they jumped into a car, and he was like, "Hey, I thought I was taking you home," I guess, like one of those things. I don't think that this is the killer either. And the police claim that it isn't, but we can
On my part, when you begin to think about this, they know that they have something that they're dealing with that is very complex, particularly when you begin to think about the biological evidence that I've already mentioned.
Actually, there's one here that has sound. There's one that has sound, but it's not in this video, in particular in this video. So yeah, no, this is not the one. They changed the link on me. This is not the one that had him talking about the forensic evidence, but he pretty much said the same thing that I wrote in the article. So no worries on that. I do, though, have that last video at the food stand that has the sound. So let's bring that up. Let's bring that up. I don't think that there's anything here really. I know people are speculating a lot about this guy at the stand, but I think that if the police are telling you, that's not it, most likely they're telling us the truth. If they do think he's it, they don't want us to know. What do you think? Okay, and so the guy in the hoodie has been reported to have been someone they were friendly with, that they know, that was helping them get home. And then he might have been hoping for one of them to be involved with him, and then they got picked up by somebody else, and he was like, "Hey, what?" Like, people who were standing next to him said that he was like, what why are they leaving me, basically? Like, and he went off and like tried to follow or to talk to them, but I think they were gone by then. I don't think he actually did follow them home. And people who know this person said, no, this guy had no bad intentions. Like, he was literally just helping them get home safe, making sure they weren't walking alone because they were drunk. And you can even see it in his gesture. He's like, what? He's following drunk girls. Like, he's taken it upon himself to be like, okay, getting these girls, getting them home. Maybe I'll get a number, right? And like, you can even see, he's like, oh, there they go. Like, they're not telling me, and here I'm trying to help. So he goes after them. So, I think that's a dead end as well. Um, I just, I, yeah, this case is going to be. No, I don't think he flipped them off. I think he went like, "Oh, well, like, where are you going? Where are you we were together, now we're not." Like, I don't know, I don't see it. I don't see it there. I don't think he flipped them off. I think he was just gesturing like, "Oh, there they go," you know? So okay. I know I'm not screen sharing right now, but I was a second ago. You saw it, right? Did you see it? Are you saying you didn't see it? Okay, we can watch it again. Hold on. Maybe share screen. I can't up the resolution. I don't know how to do that. What do you think I am? What do you think this is? What do you think this is? Some kind of professional operation? I got news for you. I don't even have a producer. Okay. Yeah, yeah. AKA white knighting gone wrong. Okay, so this is what people are saying who were with them or who were at the bar or whatever, is that this guy was friendly with them, was helping them walk home, like, making sure that they weren't in trouble and they were walking. He was, following them, make sure they got home okay. So this is right before they walk off. Now he's talking to this guy in the beard. It's this guy in the beard here who told the story about what he was talking to this dude about. I can't remember where I saw that, but I saw this guy and the dude talking about it. And he was basically saying that, like, he's a dad. This guy here in the tan jacket with the beard, he's a dad. And he's talking to the guy in the white hoodie. I guess I did. I probably did put this in my notes. Let me check my crazy notes again. Let's see. Because I'm pretty sure I saved the article where this guy gave like an interview about what he was talking to that guy about. Here it is. It's in the Sun. It's in the Sun, the US Sun. Let me tell you what this guy's story was about this incident at the food stand. Hold on. I gotta find it. This is a longer article. Final movements. Haunting video footage showed two of the victims chatting and getting a late-night snack at a food truck on a night out just hours before their brutal deaths. Police said the two had just been at a local bar together. Cops looked into the video, which shows a hooded mystery man near the two women, identified as Mogan and Gonsalves. Is that how you say that? I've been saying it wrong. Gonsalves? As they wait, they noted in their most recent press conference that the man has been investigated and is not a suspect. Wait, there was a guy, though, an eyewitness who was talking to him, and I'm looking for that story. Shoot, this wasn't it. Darn it, that was a good article, too. Where did I find it? All right, bear with me, I'll find it. My notes are just, a mess because I was just throwing links in every time I came up with something. So the reason why some people think that it has something to do with Jack, the ex-boyfriend, is because Kaylee and Madison called him several times at 2 a.m., but he didn't answer. I don't know where he was, but he has an alibi. He was probably sleeping or something, and they were calling him. I don't know why. Obviously, we don't know why they were calling him, but I don't really think that means anything. I loved this article, though, with this guy's eyewitness report because he was basically describing how, they were drunk, the girls were drunk, and the guy who was with them, the guy in the white hoodie, was basically just looking out for them and kind of being annoyed at how obnoxious they were being because they were being obnoxious a little bit. But I mean, they were having fun. There's nothing, and they're not doing anything wrong. But they left without paying for their food because their ride got there quickly. And that's why he was all like, what, you didn't even pay for your food. And wait, am I walking you home or what? But I'm trying to find that link. Darn it. Where did it go? Maybe I didn't throw it in here. All right, hold on. All right, I'll tell you what. What time is it? All right, watch his movements again, because this is right when they're going to walk off. No, they didn't pay for their food. According to this guy the guy next to the guy in the white hoodie, he's wearing a tan jacket and a baseball cap and he has a beard. He's a dad. He described what was happening at this moment in time. And he was like, these two girls were drunk. This guy I was talking to we were kind of chatting about them and how, I don't know, kind of teasing about them being drunk and kind of obnoxious. And right as their car pulled up, they were like, we got to go. We want our food. And the guy behind in the food truck handed them their food and they took off and they didn't pay. And one of them, I think the guy in the baseball hat, said to him, did you just give them food for nothing? And the food truck guy was like, yeah. It's because pretty girls get free stuff all the time.
On social media, and they walk off together. Look, the man gestures towards them and then heads in the same direction.
He didn't flip them off. He was just like, where are you going? Where do you, what is happening? So that was the story of the witness who was standing right next to him. And he said, he had actually made some funny comments about the girls and about, just basically the kind of things that an adult would say watching two 20-year-olds, stumble around drunk and stuff and like be loud. And, Kate's saying that they paid, or you're saying that you think they paid. Well, I don't know. I read this guy's account. That was his account. And again, corroborating this stuff, very difficult. Very difficult at this point. I'm saying that was one of the accounts from one of the guys who was standing. He was an adult, not a student, who was standing next to the guy in the white hoodie. But I'm having trouble finding my link to that, and I'm sorry that I can't. I thought I put it in here. Bluebird says they did pay because you pay first. They didn't pick up their food. Oh, maybe that's what it was. Maybe they didn't pick up their food and the one witness thought it was that they hadn't paid. But I mean, whether they paid or not, it doesn't matter. Okay, so it wasn't the one in the sun. I'm just checking my notes. All right. I'm going to take a quick break because I've been here for, we're going on 3 hours. And I'm going to be back in 3 minutes. I've got a little video for you to play while I'm gone. You guys can get up and take a stretching break, take a dance break. I got to hit the bathroom and get some more coffee. And then I will be back here. And meanwhile, I'm going to look at my notes and see if I can't find that witness account because it was funny. Now the chat is saying they didn't pick up their food. That's even stranger. Well, it's not really strange when you're drunk. You forget things when you're drunk. Ellie says, do you have a pee song? Well, I kind of do. I have made a compilation. Here's my pee song. I made a compilation of, where is it? Here it is. Of my dad telling me what I should not do on YouTube. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I will be back, okay? It's like 3 or 4 minutes long. I'm going to get some coffee, going to hit the head. Tell me all about what I'm doing wrong.
You can't be talking about your hair.
Mischievous. I miss your curly hair. So of course, for the rest of the day, it's just gonna be people fighting between the straight hair and the curly hair. I can feel it.
You can't be talking about your hair.
Glenn says I need smaller glasses with my hair straight. Okay, look.
Well, you gotta get controversial.
With me today is the lovely and wonderful Megan Fox. Not that
Hey,
one.
not that one.
No. Was he queer or what?
Well, I'm medium good looking, you know.
You're medium attractive.
I can live with that. I can live with that.
You can't be talking about your hair.
And I really like your hair like this. I really do. It's fantastic.
Is he queer?
That's pretty blonde.
It's pretty blonde.
It's very blonde. It's a different style. I mean, I kind of noticed the color, but it's mostly just the styling that,
Just 'cause
that I
it's
noticed.
straight.
Is he queer?
What?
You can't be talking about your hair.
Yeah.
I have wavy hair naturally, so I don't straighten it very often, but it's a whole thing.
You can't be talking about your hair.
That's okay. I just don't even have hair back there.
You can't be talking about your hair.
It's all just a front.
Is he queer?
What? It's the weirdest bald spot ever.
You can't be talking about your hair.
Tim has a full head of hair under that beanie, Megan.
Is he queer?
No! This is terrible.
Is he queer?
Okay, that's enough of that.
Is he queer?
Nick's gay lover says, rate Nick's female guests. Okay, that's enough of that.
That ain't get it.
And this is the base color that covers up the grays. And then I get my highlights put in after that.
You can't be talking about your hair.
Okay, Tech News says you should go blonde.
What?
I had to get my grays covered up. I don't like my hair dark like this.
This is terrible.
That ain't get it.
I identify as a blonde. I was born as a blonde. I will probably never be this blonde again, though.
That's pretty blonde.
It's pretty blonde.
It's very blonde.
This color is so much maintenance. See, probably a little lighter than this naturally. But
You have no chance.
it's hard to get the right color. When I go all gray, I will totally be able to go back to that color.
You have to get to your subject a little sooner.
Yeah, a little sooner. I listened for 10 minutes. I had to get up and pee. I couldn't even wait for the rest of it.
Right now, I just have gray around the edges. Like, there's not a whole lot of it anywhere else. So I would still have to use bleach, which is so damaging. I make these weird faces like I'm in pain when I squish my hair, and I don't know why I do that.
You have no chance.
But I tried stopping it, but it's almost like the mascara face. It can't be stopped.
This is the kind of stuff you should have on YouTube.
I will be doing this for an hour. And
Yes, I said it's enough. I don't care about her hair.
it will be like a good hour. Like, I'll be planning my day and figuring out what am I going to write today.
What a lot of crap.
But I want to talk about Carrie's hair.
Yes, I said it's enough. I don't care about her hair.
And as a curly girl myself, we don't have very many curly girls out there who are, you know, kicking it for the girls with waves and curls.
You can't be talking about your hair.
When you slick it back like that, you destroy the curl.
What a lot of crap.
This is Carrie Bradshaw. This is what her hair looks like. Do you remember how iconic and beautiful and glamorous this was? It doesn't make sense for Carrie, the character, in any way.
What a lot of crap.
I mean, the costume department is absolutely insane.
You have no chance.
Who is this? This is some of the worst styling I've ever seen on any show, let alone a show that I know and love so well.
Yes, I said it's enough. I don't care about her hair.
I feel like I'm witnessing a murder. What is this? Look at this. I hate this so much.
What a lot of crap.
I actually found some old photos of me in New York City doing exactly that. But the fashion influenced everyone and everything.
Oh my God, did you hear Megan last night?
I wasn't actually drunk. I was just so excited that I ran into her at the bar at the W Hotel.
Well, you gotta get controversial.
I don't even remember his name.
Hello there.
The fact that everyone hates this show.
That's the name of the game. Oh my God, did you hear Megan last night?
It's going up.
Is he queer?
What?
Oh my gosh. All right. How late was I? Wait, how late was I? How long have you been waiting? Shoot. I guess that wasn't long enough. Sorry. I'm back. Had to get coffee. Had to put a log on the fire. Had to pet the dog. It's been a while. All right. Oh, it just ended? Oh, perfect. No, I did not get a response from the PIO from Moscow. I'm all out of breath. I was running up the stairs. In fact, I'm going to remind him right now. I mean, why did you text me if you're not going to text me back? All right. It's okay. I'm sure he's very busy. And I'm sure that he will text me. If you're wondering, I had sent a message to the PIO, the public information officer in Moscow, had asked me to text him because I had a question about trying to corroborate that knife incident. But it looks like that is corroborated because we found it in the local news. We just don't know if that person is... Are the porn bots back? Oh, shit. Where are the mods? Where are my mods? I know there are some of you here. Did you guys leave or something? All right, hold on. All right, now I have to go back and look at your chats. Hold on. It's an, All right. Yeah, that was my mom and dad, by the way. Oh, Steven, I missed a Rumble rant from you. Got to put you in the raffle for my book, a signed copy of Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process from Salome to #MeToo. I will be raffling off a signed copy of this today for anybody who is sending Rumble rants and super chats. And Steven in Florida just got himself into the raffle on Rumble. He says, heard that the weapon was a K-bar. Is this confirmed? Did they recover a weapon? If not, how do they know? Okay, it is not confirmed. They do not have a weapon. They have not found the murder weapon. They just believe that it is the type of knife. I would guess they believe that because of the autopsy of the coroner. Most likely has had experience with the type of wounds that type of knife makes. I do believe that the K-bar is serrated. It would make a particular type of, oh no, I set my coffee down on the picture, on my pretty bikini picture. Oh, for God's sake, Megan. This is the problem with actual photos. Look what I just did. I'm terrible. Oh, did I ruin it? Oh, it's not good. I got to put it back in the photo album. See, this is what photo albums are for. Those of you youngins don't even know. You don't even know what pictures are. I bet you've never held one in your hand. I think I saved it. It's not terrible. It's just, oh no, I did. I left a ring on it. What am I doing? That was dumb. One of the only pieces of evidence that I had a bikini bod and I put my coffee on it. Hold on. I got to put it back in the photo album so I don't make it worse. That's how they develop them, in water, she says. Or Lars. He, I guess. Okay. So if you want a signed copy of my book, Believe Evidence, send your Rumble rants and YouTube super chats and YouTube stickers now, and I will add your name to the growing pile of, oh, my green screen is turned on. That's weird. Why is my green screen turned on when I'm not even using it? Because my notes are green. I have to turn it off. Hold on. Turn off the green screen. I don't even know why that's on right now. So weird. Okay, now can you see it? No, it's still acting like I have a green screen. How bizarre. Huh. Oh, I know why. That's weird. Okay. Bizarre. Did I have my green screen on the whole time? No, I don't think I did. All right, anyway, I'm collecting all of your names here on stickies, And we are going to do a raffle at the end, but when this is over, and at least one of you, maybe two of you, if I feel like I'm in a good mood, will be getting a. Yeah, I mean, today I've got the Gremlins. You'll be getting a signed copy of Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, which is a very relevant book for this conversation, because those of us who are interested in true crime need to also remember innocence unless proven guilty. And that's going to be something we need to hang on to. Yeah, Ellie, I did. I dried it, so it'll be okay. It's got a ring on it, though. I screwed it up. I should have taken a digital photo of it before I left it out like that. That was dumb. Oh, well. Okay, let's see. So about the K-bars, Stephen, I'm just imagining that they probably, people who look at bodies and wounds, who are experts, probably know what type of knife is used. All right. So what I am going to do now, because I've been online for a while. I think, I missed your super chat. See Souter, hold on, let me go back. Oh, I sure did. Is Cynthia? Wait, no, I got Cynthia's here. Did I miss another one? Are you the same as Cynthia? Cynthia sent one. It says, consider modding Kalia. She's an expert. Mods for Nick and is all around amazing. Is Kalia here? I'm not in my studio. Cynthia, I'm adding you to the raffle. But did I miss somebody else's? If I did, I'm not seeing it, but that doesn't mean it's not here. So hold on. Ashton, I missed yours. Ashton, yay for raffles. Love you, Meg. You're awesome. Well, I love you too, Ashton. And thank you for joining the raffle. And you know what I would love if when you get your books, those of you, when you win and you receive your book, I would love if you would take a selfie and send it to me and I'll show it on the show. If you don't care if your face is on the show. If you do care, then obviously don't do that. All right, let's see. I am not, see Souter, I did not see your super chat. No. When did you send it? I'm going back up. Wait. I read Tarkina's, so I see that one in between Tarkina's and the next one, which I also read, Cynthia's. I don't see yours. So I don't know why. It's not there. How long ago was it? If I'm sorry if I missed it. What did it say? Just redo it. Okay, I mean, you don't have to send anything else. Just redo the super chat. I'll read it and I'll stick you in the raffle because I don't know. It's possible that YouTube is being weird, and I might have missed it, but I'm not seeing it up at the top either. I know they don't last that long, and I don't have that. Oh, there it is. I found it. There you are. Okay, going in the raffle. You guys are doing great at this today. You guys like books. Stephen in Florida says toolmark evidence is faux science. They will not be able to ID a K-bar knife from any other serrated knife using toolmark analysis. Well, then, you know what? That's interesting. If that's true, and thank you for the Rumble Rant, Stephen. I'm going to add your name to the raffle again. If that's true, that they can't tell by the marks, it's interesting to me because that means that maybe there's another reason for them putting that information out there. Maybe they have reason to know that it was a K-bar knife. Maybe they have the knife, but they just don't want to tell us. And if they have the knife, well, then they have a lot more than we thought. They have fingerprints, maybe. They have blood. You know what? By the way, I was going to bring this up. And when you're talking about a knife attack and a brutal stabbing, and these people were stabbed multiple times, when the person doing the stabbing is going to slip in all that blood, like your hand is going to slip on the handle of the knife and you will eventually end up cutting yourself. There's no way, and my daughter's a criminal justice student right now, and she was arguing this with me last night. It is her contention that you could get away with a stabbing like that without an injury if you were wearing gloves. Now, I don't know how she knows this, although they do study this kind of stuff. They study murders and stuff. I told her that they should be studying this case. I would like to hear her instructor's opinions on it, because she's got her instructors are all ex-military, and or maybe I should try and get one of them on here to talk about the K-bar issue. Maybe that would be interesting. But her instructors are all experts in the field. They're either former military or former police, and they are always teaching them about this stuff. So she thinks that you could do one of these brutal stabbings and not injure yourself if you were wearing gloves. But I think even with gloves, I think that it would get very slippery. And in most of the cases that I've seen that involve stabbings, the people who do them are injured. And that's how a lot of the DNA gets left behind, blood spatter gets left behind, etc. So maybe, I mean, Stephen, it's a good point that you're making if that's true. And I don't know much about tool mark evidence. I've just, I don't know much about that. If that's true, then maybe the police have a different reason for putting that information out there. And maybe it's connected to the guy who showed the knife in September. Maybe that's the type of knife it was. Who knows? Yeah, Steven says it's very difficult to stab someone to death, especially 4 people, with some of them fighting back without having some injury to attacker. I would expect blood from the attacker at the crime scene. Absolutely. And by the way, Nancy Grace may have given out the first leak in this investigation on accident, because she said in that interview that I played for you earlier, I didn't play the whole thing, but we played some of it. She mentions in there that the DNA that the police are using did not come up in the database that all the criminals are logged into. I don't remember what it's called. It has an acronym of some kind. But the police never told us that they had any DNA from the suspect. They said they didn't say that. So does Nancy Grace know? How does she know that the DNA that they're running DNA that didn't come up in the database? How does she know that? So is that a leak? It's possible. It's very possible that Nancy Grace that she leaked that on accident. Like, she could be getting information, because I'm sure she has a lot of contacts. I mean, she's been in this game a long time, so she's got insiders, I'm sure, who tell her things. She probably has an FBI guy, and she may not have supposed to have said that, but she did say it on live television. Right, hold on. I was looking for your super chat, so now I have to go back down. Okay. Teresa sent a super chat. She says, could a piece of the knife have broken off, and that is how they know what type it is? It's possible. That's possible. I don't know exactly how strong those knives are, or if that could have happened. I have no idea. But I've heard of handles of knives breaking before, and this had to have been multiple stabbings, and stabbings are very violent, by the way, and you have to work really hard to get through a human body. It's not easy to stab somebody and to kill them. Oh God, co-eds. Thank you, Iron Dog. So Nancy Grace said that the DNA did not come up in the co-eds system, which is the system that records known criminal DNA. But of course, that doesn't mean anything. All that means is that it isn't someone known to the police, if they even have it, if they even ran it, or maybe she is not right. I don't know. Okay, so Cavatino said, this is interesting. Military grade gloves are cut resistant now, such as full finger mechanics gloves. I mean, you'd really have to be thinking and planning ahead for that, though, wouldn't you? Yeah, I would assume this criminal had no criminal record, or at least not one that would get DNA. Me too. I have a bad feeling about this, you guys, and I do not think that those animal mutilations are unrelated. No way. No way. Yeah, no. I just don't. I just don't. Oh, so what I was going to tell you, and I think I've got to the end of all my notes pretty much on this particular case. But there's another one. So during my research, I was looking up, what was I looking up? Triple homicide. I don't remember why I typed in triple homicide. It had something to do with, I was looking for crime statistics about evidence collection, I think, and I just decided to look up similar cases. You guys will not believe this. This is so insane. All right. Let me share this with you because I didn't even hear this story, and you want to talk about true crime nightmare. Simpin' ain't easy. Thanks for your super chat. I'm putting you in the raffle right now because I'm raffling off Simpin' ain't easy. Love these names. I'm raffling off a copy of my book to people who are sending super chats today. And Simpin' Ain't Easy says, I do a true crime podcast called Bloody Happy Hour, and I'm super impressed with your sleuthing skills. Also, if the knife has a hilt, it prevents slipping. I would think only to a certain extent, though, because once it gets covered in blood, that is a very slippery substance. Bloody Happy Hour. I'm writing that down. I will check out your channel, and hey, who knows? Maybe we can collab sometime. I'm big into collaborations with YouTubers that I enjoy, and I'm putting your name into the raffle right now for a signed copy of my book. All right, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, so I found this other story. You guys, this is so crazy. This just happened. It just happened. And you will not believe this story. This is a totally different murder, but it's a triple homicide. It's a triple homicide. Look at this. Hold on, I got to share the screen. I have reset my settings so that it doesn't pop up immediately. And I keep on screwing it up, or I think you can see it, but you can't. But I'm only medium smart, so it's not my fault. Okay, check this out. Wait, I need to know what the date is on this. I know it happened this year. All right, anyway, when does this say? Oh, yeah. So this just came out on the 28th of November. Triple homicide suspect was sheriff's deputy who drove across U.S. to meet girl, police say. Suspect met teen online and catfished her before killing 3 members of her family, according to officers. Holy shit! The suspect in a triple homicide in Southern California who died in a shootout with police. It's too bad. I would like to see that guy on trial. Was a Virginia law enforcement officer, a cop, you guys, who police drove across the country to meet a teenage girl before killing 3 members of her family. Austin Lee Edwards, 28, also probably set fire to the family's home in Riverside, California on the day of the shooting on Friday before leaving with the girl, the Riverside Police Department said in a news release. Deputies exchanged gunfire with and fatally shot Edwards after locating him with the teenager later that day. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and Riverside Police said in news releases. Until last month, Edwards was a Virginia State Police trooper and recently hired as sheriff's deputy in that state. Spokesperson said. Edwards, a resident of North Chesterfield, Virginia, met the girl online and obtained her personal information by deceiving her with a false identity known as catfishing. The bodies found in the home were identified as the girl's grandparents and mother. Mark Winnick, 69, his wife Sherry Winnick, 65, and their 38-year-old daughter Brooke Winnick. Police said the exact causes of their deaths remain under investigation. The teenager was unharmed and taken into protective custody, but of course now she doesn't have a family. If you guys have kids and you let them on social media, you are out of your goddamn minds. Out of your minds. And this is why I was worried about Kaylee's Instagram. girls who put out that image that they are looking for attention, seeking attention through this, sexual attention, are targets for guys like this. Like these girls need attention, that for whatever reason, like when you're putting that kind of stuff out there, it's a signal that says, I need attention and I'm susceptible. And then someone can catfish you and then kill your family and burn your house down. Like, this is insane. Ron Smith, now this is weird. A longtime friend of the victim's family said he met Mark Winnick, Winnick, who's the dad, the grandfather, 3 decades ago when they were both coaching baseball at Corona High School. For a second, I thought it said he met the perpetrator. Never mind. Not weird. Smith told the Riverside Press Enterprise that Winnick was a beloved figure in the local school sports community, respected by athletes and coaches alike. This is so bad. So he entered the police academy, Edwards, in July of 2021. Virginia State Police Public Relations Manager told the Associated Press in an email he graduated as a trooper on the 21st of January in 22. So he's a brand new cop. He was assigned to Henrico County within the agency's Richmond division until his resignation in October. So he didn't even make it a whole year. In November, though, he was hired as a deputy sheriff. Oh, so he moved to a new job. During the hiring process, no employers disclosed any troubles, reprimands, or internal investigations pertaining to Edwards. Wow. I mean, this is... And there was a picture of this guy. He was a really weird-looking dude. It's not on this one. Let's see if we can find it. What's his name? Edward. What's his first name? Austin Lee Edwards. What a psycho. I'm glad he's dead. But so is her whole family. And that is really sad. Oh, this guy is... Oh my God, you guys, this guy. Look at this face. Hold on. It's a... It's what I call a red flag face. Red flags. Here it comes. All right. Here's all these parenting tips to protect children from being catfished. Here's an idea. Here's a tip. Keep them offline. Why is this picture not here? It was on the preview. That's weird. Well, let's go back. And here he is. Here he is. Uh-huh. Jeez. Well, it just happened, Lars. I know you're like, I can't believe I didn't hear this. Yeah, I can't believe I haven't heard it either, to tell you the truth. And I found it on accident. How is this not everywhere? How is this story not everywhere? This guy killed 3 people and burned their house down and kidnapped their kid. It's like, it's so crazy. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen. I mean, wow. Cool Springs, thanks for the super chat. Says, would love your book. I really like this coverage. Thanks, Cool Springs. I'm putting you in the raffle right now. Yeah, Mike, that's a face that screams red flag, doesn't it? It does. Yeah. That's smirk. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. And I'm not laughing because this is a terrible, terrible outcome. And what a terrible lesson for a teenager to learn. Don't let your teenagers learn these lessons the hard way. Don't let that happen, you guys. Just get them off social media. Don't let them have a public presence on social media at all in any way. Please don't. It's so dangerous. So dangerous for them. There are sickos out there who will trick them. The reason why children need their parents and they need guidance is because their brains are not developed. They have literal mush for brains. You have mush for brains until you're about 25. Your brain is not fully developed until 25. So be careful. with what you allow your kids to do and take part in, and make sure you know who is, and set rules and boundaries about who they're allowed to talk to. My 16-year-old does have one account on one particular app that I allow her to have it on, and it's private. She's only allowed to befriend people she knows in person, and we have to have access to her account. And I also have friends watching her. But I don't need to. She makes really good decisions, and she's very skeptical. And as she's a law or criminal justice student, she is very aware of this stuff. And anyway, any kid of mine, unfortunately, has to be terrified by stories like this, because I'm always like, oh my God, did you know what just happened? This is why you don't go online, and this is why you don't talk to strangers, because I tell her about these crazy people. So, you know, I think that's good. I think you have to. This is the world we live in, and teenagers need to know. They need to know. If you have not liked or subscribed on YouTube, please do that. Hey, Facebook is working again? Emma, it's working? What? I still have a little exclamation point that says it's not working. Is it working? I mean, Emma's commenting from Facebook, so it must be. Susan Art says, I'd love to win the book. Thank you for the super chat. I have no idea what kind of I don't even know what to say. What is an SEK? What country is that from? I don't know what that is, but you're in the raffle, Sushan. Although if you're somewhere very far away, I don't know how I'm going to send it to you. Well, does Media Mail ship internationally? I guess I should have found out before I did this. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. I'll figure out some way. All right. I'm putting you in the raffle right now. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I don't know if Nancy Grace is actually back doing her regular show. I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. I just know that they call her for these things. All right, I'm checking Rumble. I haven't been over on the Rumble chat in a while. Did I miss anything over there? No, it looks like we're good. All right, if you are on Rumble, make sure that you hit that little plus button, because it helps us with the algorithm on Rumble. Because we need to get this up on the front page. That would be fun. It's a Swedish krona. Oh, the Swedish krona. Well, I have no idea if I can ship a book to Sweden, but I will try if you win. Okay, I'm telling you right now, I will try. I might have to do it from Amazon. And in that case, I couldn't send you a signed copy, but I will get you a copy of the book. All right. So this story is so nuts, you guys. So please warn your teenagers. Please warn them about the real dangers, because when you're a kid, you just don't understand. You think that you are invincible. I remember that feeling. I remember feeling like there was no risk I couldn't take, because the concept of death, the concept of harm, it just was so far from my mind. Somehow I managed to scare the crap out of my oldest, because she has a much finer tuned sense of danger than I ever did. Although that, who knows? Maybe I also gave her anxiety. So who knows? But I wish we lived in a world where we didn't have to worry about our children going off to college and coming home in a body bag. I wish we did. But we don't. And so these are the challenges that we face. All right, I'm going to do a quick search on Google and see if we have anything new on the Idaho 4. Because I'm sure lots of things have been written today while we have been doing this. And let's see what's going to happen. Okay, there is a candlelight vigil tonight. I know some of the family members are concerned that the murderer will actually be there at the vigil, which would be something very typical for a psycho to do. Like killers will do stuff like that. They like to be in places where they can celebrate what they did in public. It gives them a thrill. So it's possible that could happen. And so I understand that they are concerned about that. And I hope, and I'm sure that with all the people who are filming and all the media that's there, that is absolutely going to be like first thing on their mind is scanning that crowd for people who look suspicious. But again, be careful. Be careful, because pointing fingers at people when they're innocent can destroy a life. So please be careful. The Independent 7 minutes ago just printed Idaho murder updates. Neighbor denies upsetting rumors as police walk back claims of targeted killing. Oh, they need to make up their minds. Okay, so the police have been saying that it was targeted. And we were led to believe that it was targeted at one of the people in the house because that's what they said. They wouldn't say which person, but they said it was targeted. And that's why people, the community, should not be scared because they believed it was like an isolated, targeted attack. Now that story is starting to change. And we don't know why, but let's read it and let's see. Okay. This was just published 7 minutes ago in the Independent. I gotta archive it. Hold on. It's behind a paywall. Is it? Yeah, it's behind a paywall. Hold on. I'll take care of that. Someone has probably already archived it, so well, if it was 7 minutes ago, maybe not. Yep. How could it have been? Never mind. All right, here we go. What? This is the wrong one. This is a different headline. Different headline. Interesting. So they've used the same link on a different, but they've updated it maybe? Weird. Hold on. Okay, they took the cars. I saw that happen. They took everybody's cars away from the house. The vigils were delayed until after the Thanksgiving break as terrified students fled the town. Police called logs analyzed by the Independent reveal that in the aftermath of the murders, locals remain on edge and have called 911 multiple times. Okay, we've seen that. Okay, so the Independent update has not hit the archive yet. So how do I fix that? Let's go back. They updated it 10 minutes ago. Why are they updating it? Now it's not behind a paywall for some reason. Okay, here we go. A neighbor of the 4 murdered University of Idaho students has denied the upsetting rumors swirling about him online. This is Jeremy Reagan that I told you about earlier, which is why we should not be, nobody should be pointing fingers at people right now and saying, I think this guy's a murderer, because you never know how that's going to affect their life. Student Jeremy Reagan said on Tuesday that he has nothing to hide, but admitted that it was upsetting being compared to a murderer after his previous media interviews became the subject of intense online scrutiny. His comments came as officials appeared to walk back previous claims that the killings were targeted, with Lada County prosecutor Bill Thompson now admitting that perhaps isn't the best word to use, targeted. On Wednesday, the Moscow community will hold vigils. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's their only update, which is not that great of an update because we already kind of knew both those things. I do want to know, though, why the prosecutor is saying that that targeted is not the right word. Because I believed that the police were doing that to allay the fears of people in the neighborhood who would be scared to stay in their homes. And yeah, Stephen in Florida says, sounds to me like they don't know, which is scary. And that's possible that they don't know. But it would seem strange to me for them to say they believed it was targeted if they didn't know that was true. That would be really weird to me. Why would you say something like that? And they said it a couple of times. Hey, you know what? That's something we did not do that I meant to do. Let's go watch the last press conference. Wait, let me check the Google search again just in case I missed anything. Hold on. Wait, where did it go? Oh, here. All right. All the newest news is about the candlelight vigils. Some website called Scallywag and Vagabond actually wrote an article with a headline that says, Idaho neighbor denies murdering 4 students. Does he have something to hide? I mean, honest to God, that's terrible. Don't write stuff like this. This is so bad. And look, I will tell you this. This is what gets the internet in trouble. Like, you want to be content creators and you want to have blogs and stuff and have free speech and, then don't write stuff like that, because it gives NBC garbage reporters like Kat Tenbarge and Washington Post garbage reporters like Taylor Lorenz, it gives them the ammunition to come after us and to say that we should not be allowed to do what we do because it's so irresponsible. Like, yeah, it is irresponsible. But, however, I still side with free speech. But I do think people who are writing or reporting on this need to be careful, very careful, and not defame people in print. I mean, you're taking a risk if you do it because you could get sued. That's the other thing. You can be sued. And if you are making YouTube videos about somebody like Jeremy Regan, who is a law student, by the way, and you're defaming him, well, he might have a case. He's not a public figure. So you have to be very careful about private individuals and what you say about them, and accusing them of heinous crimes with no evidence. Yeah, that's defamation. And that would be not an easy case for him to win, but certainly easier than for someone like me, who's would be considered at least a semi-public person. So, the bar is a lot lower on a private individual. So be careful. Be careful out there. Okay. And speaking of becoming hyper aware, I see that you guys are discussing being hyper aware. My dog is so funny. So you guys know that I have a German Shepherd, and my German Shepherd is huge. He is 110 pounds. He's only 2 years old. And I am often complaining that he is big and messy and leaves hair all over the place, and he barks all the time and he drives me absolutely crazy. And then something like this happens, this horrifying, murder where someone just walks into your house and, hurts you or murders you. And this is Archie Ruckus. Isn't he cute? Wait, hold on. I got to pull it up for you guys. This is Archie Ruckus. He's my very big, hairy dog. And he's very loud and he's always on high alert. And he is always, and I said here, I sometimes get annoyed at how large and hairy and barky my dog is. Why do I get the biggest shepherd in the pack? And then the Idaho 4 case happens. And I remember that I can't sleep without 110 pounds of loyalty and teeth between me and all the entrances of my house. Now, I am going to disagree with the person in the Rumble chat who said any dog is good to have. Yeah, any dog is good to have for company, but not any dog is good to have for protection. And let me tell you, there are some dogs who are good for protection and some dogs who are totally useless. And let me tell you something. If you were to come to my sliding door in the middle of the night, you will not come in. There is no way. There's no way you're coming in. I have to call this dog off Mr. Fox every time he walks up or down the stairs. Dog freaks out and starts growling and barking because he does not like to be startled. And he doesn't like people on the stairs because he can't see who they are. Yeah, not that dog that got filleted. That dog would do absolutely no good. Daisy says, my chihuahua would bite your toes off. I really have never been able to I've never been able to sleep well without a big dog. And I've always had big, scary dogs. And It doesn't make any difference. Somebody was like, "Oh, you must be single." I'm like, "No, I have a mister, but I also need a dog because the mister sleeps too. And when you're sleeping, you're vulnerable. Like, you need somebody with a dog with big teeth and a big scary bark to be a deterrent. And I'm telling you what, if you came to my door in the middle of the night, you would not try to get in. This dog, he even does it to me before I get in the house. It's funny. He will be up against that window, snarling and barking and like stuff dripping. It is so funny. And he's such a sweetheart. He's a total sweetheart. I mean, oh, he bruised me so bad yesterday. Oh, I've got a big contusion right here on my chin. So I was snuggling with him, and this is the dangers of a big dog. These are the times when I'm like, why do I have this giant dog? He is just he steps on my feet and I'm screaming like, ow. Well, I'm snuggling him in the kitchen. Yesterday morning, I was like sitting down. He likes to lay on the kitchen floor and he likes me to go give him scritches. He is a good boy. And I was giving him hugs and stuff, and I had my head on top of his head. And for whatever reason, he decides he's going to quickly move his head, his big ass head, and he hits me right in the chin. Oh my gosh, my head immediately hurt like I got punched. And I've got a contusion right here. And he felt so bad because the second I go, ow, he gets the eyebrows. Do you see the eyebrows on this dog? Look at the eyebrows on this dog. What he does with these eyebrows to me is just not okay. It's not okay. Look at the eyebrows. He's so sweet, but also terrifying. So look, not all dogs will protect you. That dog that was barking and doing absolutely no good when these kids were being murdered was a cute dog, but not very useful in any way. And I think that one of the things I will be encouraging my girls to do if they're ever living alone or on their own is to have a guard dog, a dog who guards the house, a dog who will not let a stranger into your house, and who will wake you up before that happens. Now, maybe someone might try to break into my house even after seeing the snarling, barking, 110 pounds of I'm going to kill you and rip your face off and eat it dog. Maybe someone would try, but by the time they did, Mr. Fox already has a loaded weapon, and I'm already on the phone because we've already heard it. So, yeah. The thing about shepherds is, German shepherds are so naturally protective that, I mean, we train him. We've trained our shepherds obedience training. He does know the German word for attack. I taught him that. I taught him Fass with the the arm thing. And he loves that. He thinks that's playing. But I have not trained him to do what he does, which is patrol the house, which is pay attention, which is alert me to things. If Mr. Fox is ever out of town, he is on extra high alert. It's hilarious. I mean, he is just like constantly where he knows. He just knows. I mean, these dogs are just naturally very protective. I have never had a problem. I've never had a shepherd who I felt unsafe with. I mean, I felt so safe with both my shepherds. I love having them. And I personally think that for personal protection, you cannot do better than a German shepherd. Nate says, I'm glad I caught you live. I'm enjoying your content. I don't care what anyone says. You're above average smart. We call that a midwit. It is. I'm absolutely fine with medium smart, medium attractive. I'm completely fine with that description. It was one of the best insults I ever got in my whole life, and I'm keeping it. It's in my Twitter bio now. So if you are, vulnerable at all, dogs are man's best friend for a reason. And I think that it's a good thing to raise your kids around dogs, teach your kids how to train dogs. And if you're going to get a dog and you want a dog to be a protection dog, don't get one of those Labradoodle things. Get a shepherd, get a Rottweiler. Rottweilers are very sweet dogs, by the way. I've known many Rottweilers in my life who have been lovers, but also will kill you and eat your face if you try to hurt their family. Yes. Yes. Archie Ruckus, his full name is Archimedes Ruckus. He is a good farm dog. I have chickens here. He has helped me several times get them back in their coop. Although, if I'm not paying close attention and he's not wearing the right collar, the zapper collar, he will tackle one and pull some feathers out. Although he has never like actually bit one, but he really likes catching them if I'm not paying attention. But he's doing pretty good learning how to wrangle the chickens. Who just said geese are an alarm animal? Oh, that's funny. Well, I do have a rooster, and oh my God, the rooster will alert to everything. We call like a rooster in my experience. Is one of my kids home? I think so. In my experience, roosters are like guard dogs. I mean, they crow at everything. Anything in the yard, that rooster is crowing. Although at night, not so much because he's bedded down. But if he's out in the yard, if it's daytime, he crows all day long. So yeah, get a big dog if you're going to get one for. There's this show on. Will dogs attack an intruder? And nope, they won't. Some will bark a bit and then go lay down and just watch. I have seen that. And I know that it's true that is the case for a lot of dogs. And they recommend that you train your dog to be an attack dog, and really all I need is for him to alert me. There he goes. I hear him now because one of the kids is home. Can you hear him? He didn't go off too loud because he knows who it is. But yeah, you would have to, if you wanted him to truly attack, like maybe you'd have to train them. Most dogs you would have to train, but I don't know. I wouldn't take a risk with Archie Ruckus. I really would not take that risk. Lars, you say a dog will not attack unless it's trained to. Well, yeah, I guess I'm willing to take that risk. Although this dog is very protective. If my husband pretends to, hit me or attack me, he does that sometimes to make the dog go crazy. The dog goes nuts. Like the dog goes crazy. Doesn't like it at all. So maybe he wouldn't attack someone who broke into the house, although I don't think he would like that at all. If someone were to try to hurt me and he felt my fear, yeah, I don't have any doubt that he would do something about it. Yeah, if you're not at home, if I wasn't there and there was no threat, yeah, that's a different story, I think. I think it's a different story. Okay. All right. What time is it? All right, we are coming up on like 4 hours. It's been a long stream today. I love that you guys are here. Okay, we have a few minutes left. So if anybody wants to get in the last minute on the raffle for this book, now is the time to do it because I am going to pull winners in the next couple minutes. So if you guys want a signed copy of Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process from Salome to #MeToo, that is one of the books that I have written. Please get your super chats or Rumble rants in right now because I'm going to be headed out of here soon. And we just got one from Dork Girl on Rumble, and she says, I'm listening while I'm at work and love hearing your perspective and how you work. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. And I love that you're here taking part. And I love having the audience here. Actually, that reminds me, I need to check my phone. Did the PIO officer get back to me? No, he hasn't. When I get off the stream, I'll give him another call and see if I can get an answer on that. All right. Red Jen sent another Rumble rant. Red Jen's got a couple of them in there. She's in the running, man. Red Jen on Rumble. Hit that plus button. If you're on YouTube and you're not subscribed yet, why not hit the subscriber button? You never know. There might be content here that you are going to like. And I guarantee you we will do more streams like this one because I'm going to be following this case, the Idaho 4, for as long as it takes. and we are going to get it done. All right. Super chats, last call for super chats and rumble rants before I mix up all of the stuff. Maybe I need a basket or something. Here, hold on. I need a container for these. Right now they're just sitting on my desk. All right, hold on. We're going to take a quick dance break while I find something to put this stuff in. You have the next 3 minutes to get your super chats and your rumble rants in for the raffle, and then I'm going to choose it. I'm going to pick it. So let me pull that up, and while that is going, while the dance break is going, get your rumble rants and super chats in, and then the raffle is going to happen, and one of you is going to win a signed copy of Believe Evidence: The Death or Due Process from Salameda #MeToo, which goes over all of the times in history, well, not all of them, but many of them throughout history and literature where women have done terrible crimes to men and have lied to get men in trouble, to have them murdered, to have them put in prison, false rape allegations, all kinds of stuff. The stuff that Me Too tells us that women don't do. Well, I've got the receipts, folks, and it's all in this book. And if you are a fan, by the way, of the Johnny Depp trial, and you think Amber Heard is an abuser, this is the type of book you need to combat the lies from people who tell you that women can't be perpetrators of abuse. All right, here we go. Dance break. Here it comes. When it's over, it's time to pull the raffle. Here it comes.
Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat shit, Tucker.
And that was your last. God damn it, Nick. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
Oh, I can explain the bed thing. A nest in one of my penthouses, and I had to pry a steak. It's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out!
I would have thrown them all off the balcony.
Megan Fox.
She's the devil. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
There's something about the way that you say my name. Make me forget everything when you call
Megan.
me
Megan.
Megan Fox.
Megan.
Megan.
Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a bitch like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy shit. Holy shit.
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But
You pissed off the wrong woman.
oh my God, I have been assaulted. What are you going to do when Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother?
She's the devil.
Not for publication. Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
I'm Megan.
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 Megan Fox.
Thank
you. Cheers.
Well, look, bitch, you're not serious either. You didn't even do the paperwork in time.
I'm such a boomer. God, I'm muted. Livy, thanks for the super sticker. Wow, that was right there at the end. Good one. Livy on YouTube. So I got to get those in. Check in Rumble. Rumble's good. All right. I think I got them all in. And Elephant, you changed your mind at the last minute. If you win, now I don't know who you want me to give it to. Okay, here we go. I got my kids' laundry basket. And we've got all your, see, here's the raffle. All right, are you ready? This is exciting. Okay. All right, here we go. Simpin' ain't easy. Simpin' ain't easy. This is a sign. You're the other YouTube creator, aren't you? You're from Bloody Happy Hour. And Simpin' ain't easy. I was just saying maybe we'll collaborate. I think it's a sign. And I think that, so you need to, here's what you do. Simpin' ain't easy, since I know how to find you if you don't happen to be here right now. Oh yeah, you there you are. You won. And you and I are going to have to collaborate, I think. I would think that it's a sign. Okay, here's what you do. Send me an email. I'm going to put the email up on the bottom of the screen right now. Here, I can take that banner down because we're done with that. And yeah, I'm going to do another one, you guys. I'm going to pick 2 winners today. So Simpin' ain't easy. You are the first winner of the signed book. I need you to email me with your name and address and how you want me to sign the book. Who do you want me to sign it to? And I will send it out in the mail to you. You will get a signed copy of Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process. Here is my email. It's going across the bottom of the screen right now. How do I make it so that it doesn't move? I need to make it so it just stays still. How are you supposed to see that? There's no edit? Hold on. There we go. Save. There. There's my email. And you need to send me an email with your name and your address where I should ship it, and it will do it. Okay, you ready? Here comes the second one. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Oh no. I just spilled them all over the floor. Mike Lombardo on YouTube. Mike, are you still here? Mike Lombardo. Is Mike Lombardo here? Paging Mike Lombardo. Mike Lombardo is our second winner. Woohoo! If you're here, Mike, make sure that you email me at the email address that's right below here, meganfox.writer@protonmail.com, and I will get you a book. And get that to me with your name, your address, and who you want me to sign it to, and you'll get a signed copy of Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process from Salameda #MeToo. So I am going to right now across the bottom of the screen. Steve in Florida says, congrats, Steve says jealously. Don't worry, guys. There's going to be more raffles to come because this is a fun way to get people involved in the show. And I've got some more books. Let me see. What do I have? I have at least 4 more. So that's just been sitting around my house for a while. So let's see. Today's book winners are Mike Lombardo and Simpin' Ain't Easy. Awesome. All right. So until the end of the show, at least that will be scrolling across the bottom so that if Mike might see it if he's still here. Aw, Simpin' Ain't Easy says, wow, this turned my bad day into a good one. My dog is sick and is on an IV at the vet right now. Aw, he's a tiny 4.5-pound Yorkie. Well, I'm sorry your dog is sick, and I hope he gets better. And I'm glad that it made your day. I'm very glad. All right, so I am on Locals. If you guys are not following me there, I hear that you're having trouble getting my YouTube notifications, those of you on YouTube. So make sure that you're following me on meganfox.locals.com, which is a good way to get notifications for any of my shows that I'm doing, because if you're not getting them on YouTube, then it's a problem. Jen says, Moscow Maggot, your article was great. It really seems so many want to be famous. If we would be more focused on the victims and not call out and name the perp, it would help. Yeah. And don't forget to share that, because that would really help me. If you can't send super chats and rumble rants, you can support the show in another way. And that is to go to pjmedia.com, where I write articles, and I've written one that I would really appreciate that you would share. It's trending at the top of PJ Media today. It's doing pretty well, but I think it could do even better. And if you get it out there and you share it to social media for me, that really helps me. It makes my month. I'm so happy that it's doing so well today, but we can make it do even better. Here we go. All right, there you go. I just dropped the PJ Media link in the chat, so don't forget to click on that and share it on all your social media, whether it's Twitter. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter. I'm at Megan Fox Writer on Twitter. I'm also on the others. There's all these others: Gab, Getter, Truth Social, which I really don't like. I don't use it. But Locals is a great place to find me. And if you are a Facebook user, I'm trying to get my Facebook followers over 10,000, because then they will monetize my channel. That would be terrific, because right now they give me nothing. And I'm only about, I don't know, I think I'm like 1,000 away, maybe a little more than that. You can find me on Facebook by going to Megan Fox Author, and that's where I am. Can you say one more time the name of the book and the winners, and I'll post on my... Yeah, of course I can. Today's book winners are Mike Lombardo and Simpin' Ain't Easy. Congratulations. The Bloody Happy Hour YouTuber is getting a free copy of my book, and I'm very excited about that. And I can't wait to check out your channel, and we'll have to set something up. My DMs are open on Twitter if you guys need to get a hold of me, and you can always email me at meganfox.writer@protonmail.com. If you find out anything interesting on this case that you want me to know, please let me know and send it here. Send it to me. I will cover it the next time that I do a live stream on this next week. Warrior Biatch, it's over. But thank you for the super chat. It's over for today, but don't worry. We'll start again on another stream, because it'll be fun. And I'm trying to think of what else I need to tell you. What else do I need to tell you before I go? Well, locals.com, find me there. And also, there's got to be something else. I feel like I'm missing something. I always feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? Oh, next week, at least on True Crime Tuesday, Gadfly is going to be here, I believe. Which site? Useless Intellectual. Are you talking about Locals? Which site? Which site is clickbaity? Oh, you mean my site? PG Media? No, that's not true. That's not true at all. That's not no, we're not clickbaity. Well, if you need people to click on stuff, sometimes it's clickbaity, but whatever. The information is good and my writing is good, so go and find it there, and let me know. Make sure, yeah, Gadfly, we love him too. I love Gadfly, and I think he's going to be back with me on Tuesday. He's been very, very busy, but he is so freaking funny, and I love him, and he's going to be back here for True Crime Tuesday, and maybe we'll have a special guest that day as well. I'm going to try and track down one of my law enforcement people who can maybe talk to us about this crime. And perhaps I'll have to give Steve Gosney a call, because he's a defense attorney who I'm sure has a lot of thoughts about this. Oh, and by the way, I will be on Legal Vice's stream on Friday. He's having like a Friday fun stream. I think I'll be on early in the morning, like around 8 a.m. New York time, because I have a pretty busy day on Friday. But I am going to be there. I'm going to be there for at least some of the time, and that'll be fun, because Jeff is always fun to hang out with. And so that's what my schedule is like. I don't know if I'll be back here tomorrow. It really depends on what happens in the news between now and then. I have to go and actually get some stuff written. But I love being here with you guys. Thank you for creating such a fun community and always showing up. You guys, I can't believe how many of you have been here for this entire stream today. How do you not have stuff to do other than sit here with me? All right, everybody. You take care. I got more dance music for you coming up here. But the show is over, and I'll see you soon.
I was so lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. This time I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. And my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So thanks for
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So I take it that you've
Johnny's
seen
problem is he
Tamara
should have
Johnny's
come
bedroom
storming
before.
in there with
Yes.
a string of
Do you
garlic
recall what
and
he
some
went
holy
into,
water.
Mr. Detson's
And a cross,
first
a crucifix
bedroom?
one.
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no,
compel you.
No, I don't.
You realized his house was infested with succubuses. And
There's a picture here with you of what it, yes. Do you
Suck
recall
you
what it was there
loaders.
when you arrived in the afternoon? I don't remember seeing it now. So while she
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
oh my god.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why you
from
wanted to
Melanie
drown her.
Iglesias,
Your
and that
next
is
witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That begins with Miss Vasquez.